I just wake up in the morning and I yell a lot, even though it's way too early. It's fun though. Wake up, wake up, wake up! Good morning, fellow lunatics. Welcome to Up Way Too Early with Garage Gym Life. We have got a packed show today. We're going to hit the ground running. So let me go ahead and just tell you guys what's going on. So our first hour, basically in the next 5 minutes, we've got my guy Connor Reilly. He's here fresh from conquering the world, taking all the gold back to Australia. So he's going to give us a rundown on what's been going on since the last time he was on with us. 6:50 a.m., we're going to have a brand new Recliner of Rage. I'm, in a fairly good mood, but Jared's mad again. So he's going to come on and tell us why he's upset. Then at 7 a.m., Ashton from Freedom Fitness is going to be stopping by, and he's going to be doing a live home gym build with us. I don't mean he's actually building a physical gym. What I mean is he's going to be doing one of those builds where we give him a price limit, and then he's got to build out a home gym using just his website. So we're going to screen share his website. You guys will be able to check it out. Ask him any questions you want about building a home gym, about home gym equipment in general. It's going to be a good time. Third hour, we got my guy, Dennis Siss. He's coming by, and he's going to tell us all about the portable AC unit that he has been testing out in his garage gym. Is it a keeper, or is it something to donate to somebody you hate? We'll find out starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time, 6 a.m. Mountain time. And in the final hour, amateur bodybuilder Bobby Allen, my guy, is going to be stopping by. He's going to talk about giving back. Well, first, he's going to talk about his bodybuilding career. Also, we're going to discuss giving back with the 4 a.m. workout sessions for his clients. And the fact that he and his wife happened to bring up two pretty outstanding track athletes, one of whom actually qualified for the U.S. Olympic team. So that is a big deal, and I am super fired up for it. Let's jump into the comment section and find out who is here. I saw you guys lining up early as usual. It's always cool seeing y'all. So let's go with my guy first in the building. Zoom, wake up, wake up, wake up. Carlos, what's up, my man? He said, this show is like morning coffee. It's a great pick-me-up. Well, I am glad to be of service. I will be billing you for that, invoicing you. 619 driver. What's up, Jay? How you doing, my man? Good having you in here as usual. Jared, happy Friday. Or as people who aren't cool say, Friday. Good having you here, man. Glad to see you got my DM, because that changes the trajectory of the show if you did not. But we are hitting on all cylinders, so we are good to go. If you have not seen this show before, you are in for a treat. Everybody, this is the sort of thing you want to sit back. Well, I'll tell you what, go make some coffee, come back, and if you've got some time before work, just sit back and enjoy the ride, because this is going to be a good time. I promise you, by the end of the first hour, you'll be ready to hit that like button, hit subscribe, and I am going to tell you thank you in advance. I'm trying to get to 50,000 subscribers. I cannot do it without you, so appreciate you guys for that. All right, are you guys ready for our we got the Statty Daddy in the building. What's up, my man? Greetings to the Hair Force. Always a pleasure having the Hair Force here. All right. Hopefully you guys are ready. I'm going to bring on our first guest. Like I said, this show is we're coming in hot. We're coming in hot. Ready, set. Connor, let's go.
Whoa, there we are.
Look at that. I had to give you a proper greeting.
That's sensational, John.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I've done this a few times.
I still can't get over the amount of energy you deliver this early in the morning.
Oh, compared to what I sounded like when I was talking to you earlier?
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago, it's like...
Man, I've got two speeds, on and off.
Yeah.
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 What's up?
Yeah.
Man, dude. So I'm going to let's just, like I said, we're going to hit the ground running because we got so much to cover. But before we get started, I'd like if you could answer a few. I just got a couple of questions for you, because I know that you're trying to. You've got a vlog and some other things going on, so I just want to see if we can just, now that you are an internet celebrity, you're gonna have to learn that, Well,
I don't have enough hours in the day at the moment, to be honest.
Could you explain what's going on here in this photo?
Oh, so that's
Yeah,
Rob.
there's a
He's
lot of
one of
closeness.
our.
Has your wife seen these? Let's just go ahead. I mean, I know she's behind.
She wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, there's a lot of.
The other way.
I mean, I'm just. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's Robert Francis. He's our only open competitor from Australia at Natural World's Strongest Man, and his shoulder was giving him a lot of grief.
Right,
And
right. Very close knit
out,
team.
they found out I've got some medical training, so they're like, "Oh, do you mind having a look?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll have a play. I'll make you hurt." So
that is amazing. That's amazing. Only in strength sports would you be like, you see some guy like, yeah, I took a couple classes at school. Oh, cool. Can you tell me how to, like, can you diagnose this ailment for me? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was watching this thing on the internet once, and apparently,
yeah, exactly. Perfect. Oh, yeah, you know more about it than me. Go ahead. Yeah, have at it. All right. So that seems all right. Let's scroll down a little bit more. I'm not going to play this video. Is this your first OnlyFans? This one right here? What's going on? What's going on with that? He's got the thirst angle.
That one didn't get pinged by Instagram. If you scroll down further, there's I think one where I'm sumo deadlifting last year.
I'm
like, keep going. It's like I'm in like all the equipment. I'm sumo deadlifting. Anyway, Instagram pinged that one as violating their terms of service.
I mean, this one looks kind of suspect too. Okay, you down there cracking walnuts in Australia. All right. And go ahead. All right.
If you know, you know. If you've ever been in a deadlift suit, like
I'm just saying, man, there's a lot going on.
They're pretty close. So I can give people a different angle.
I'm going to attempt to explain what's going on here. You got your suit on, and then realized that what you needed was on the floor, and you're like, well, how do I pick it up now?
Yeah, feet go really wide, and you just suck it in.
That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah. That fits in with that yoga question I have for you. Yeah, I'm like, all right, that's amazing. All right, so all right, well, at least you had answers. It's like they always say, it doesn't matter if you know what you do, as long as you can explain it away. So
5% truth is all you need, so it's fine.
Yeah, we made it. All right, I'm gonna stop there before it gets worse, because you already said this one that violated Instagram's rules. We're just gonna stop there.
Where I was wearing the most clothes out of any of those photos you flicked through, so I thought it was quite surprised. I had a good laugh out of it.
You might be it's pretty provocative, you know. I mean,
maybe it's because I'm the wrong gender. Let's be honest.
It could be. Yeah. Next thing you know, you be selling your socks on the internet. Don't send me that link. All right. Anyway. Well, man, look.
Model, you'll find out.
So, look, we've got your fellow members of the. Are you guys still in the British Empire technically, or are you independent?
Yeah, part of the Commonwealth. Yeah, we're still under the monarchy, the British monarchy.
All right, still bending the knee. All right, well, there's Matt, who's a fellow member of the British Empire. He's there. He said, "Good morning, USA." Doesn't really care about you at all. Connor's in Australia, Matt. How rude.
Yeah. I'm just a filthy colonial to those Brits, so that's fine.
But he does show some solidarity. He says bending in a deadlift suit is near impossible. So at least he's with you in there. But look, man, last time you were here, you were prepping for Australian Nationals, and then you had Static Monsters next. So talk to me about your season. How's that going so far? Yeah,
so it's been up and down this year, to put it lightly. So if I wind back a little bit,
a squat one?
No. So if I wind back a little bit, so when I did my qualifier for APL Nationals, I had gastro, all that sort of good gear. So I ended that prep horribly. Still competed, 700 kilo total. And then fast forwarding to Nationals itself, I had probably the best prep I've had this year. So that 8-week block that I planned myself, everything was going so well. The kids stayed healthy, no dramas with work or anything. And pretty much everything just fell into place as it needed to for Nationals. And which ended up again, walking away at the first place, retaining my title, and also unknowingly.
I think he casually said, so once again, I confirmed my
dominance in people. At least this year in powerlifting, I was known, whereas last year when I did it, they were all really upset. It's like, who's this redheaded guy who's just appeared, taken our money and our medals and disappeared?
Well, there's a reason I'm the Thai King.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, I'm a big deal.
A compact deal. Let's not say big. Like that's insinuating I've actually got some height to me.
Yeah, we'll disprove that later on with another question. But go ahead.
Yeah. So with APL Nationals, my intent at the time was to go in and try and get as close to an 800 kilo total as possible. And I wasn't too far off. Like I missed my third attempt for my squat by mere centimeters, or probably a centimeter, which would have, like, I got a 290 squat, which increased the national record by 5 kilos. So I retained that. And then, just
okay, hold on a second. Hold on. You missed your depth by a centimeter?
Like that. Yeah.
Like, so I don't know how they do it. Well, I really don't know how you guys do it in Australia, but over here, we just look at it. We don't have rulers. We don't like run out there with the rule. How do you know it was like, are you just kind of saying?
So what I did is I took the freeze frame, and when I was in the bottom of the squat from my 290 and my 300, and the 300 was like just a fraction higher, and I'm like, okay, I'll pay them that one. Let the refs get away.
Okay. Okay.
Very well. And then PR'd my bench press in that one with a 180 kilo bench, which I think works out to 398 pounds or something like that. So
all right, okay, I'll do this for everybody. So it's 180 kilo.
Yeah.
It's like 396. 396.
Yeah. So almost to the 400 bench, and then finished the day with a 300 deadlift, or 660 pound. So 770 total up there. Pretty happy with that. So again, I've increased for my weight class in the wrap division, I've increased the national record by 35 kilos for total, and then another 5 kilos on the squat.
Nice.
So it's quite successful. And then roll into, so I think I was talking to you, I was umming and ahhing about doing Static Monsters Worldwide Championship, like the Worldwide Championship or Natural World's Strongest Man.
Right.
I ended up opting for Natural World's Strongest Man purely from an experience perspective.
Because I've never done Static Monsters Worlds. But you had never done I got you.
Like Static Monsters Worlds, I'd been there, done that last year. And it was also 4 weeks apart. And if I was going off my experience from last year, I wouldn't recover in time to then have a go and put a good effort into Natural World's Strongest Man, because I was very much a baked potato for 3 weeks after doing that 400 kilo deadlift in London. Like my nervous system was just fried. Nothing felt good for quite a while.
I don't think I believe you.
I don't know why.
I feel like I don't. Well, so let's just, because the day after Natural Worlds, the day after, when your back was fried, you went natural stone lifting. And you lifted, let's see here, in Galway. And let's see here, you successfully lifted the cloth collar on the Ishka stone, which is 390 pounds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a natural stone. This is an awkward object, right?
It's so awkward.
And you're on the beach, basically. Not like a comfortable beach either. There's like rocks everywhere. So it looked very, actually, I'll just show everybody. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we're definitely not showing them that again. That's just gonna happen. All right. Yeah. So let me go ahead. I'll just screen share so everybody can kind of check this out, because this is what you did the day, like as your back was supposedly.
I had a rest day. Come on.
It says after Natural Worlds. That's not what you said.
Yeah, we had the Monday off to recover.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you said for 3 weeks your back was fried. So
after Static Monsters last year.
2 weeks, 6 days, your back was fried, apparently.
No,
after Static Monsters, I got you. Okay, all right.
Yeah. That was after Statics.
So Natural Worlds was no big deal to you then. Very well.
I didn't do well enough in Natural Worlds to be sore, so I had no excuse not to be able to lift them.
Okay. The truth tells out. All right, we're going to get back to this in a second, to the natural stone lifting in a second. But so you went to Natural Worlds.
Yeah.
What was the travel going to be like for Static Monsters Worlds versus Natural Worlds?
It would have been about the same.
You paid for
either flying to Ireland from Australia or to Canada. So regardless,
like which
travel would have been.
It was about the same for you.
Works out about the same regardless, because like where I live in Australia, I still have to drive 3 hours to the airport, and then drive 3 hours home when I land back in Australia. So,
no, I'm talking about from a time zone perspective. Because that's like the thing that gets you when you travel. It's like trying to get in sync with the local time zone because you might be competing at a time that you're normally asleep, that kind of thing.
Well, Ireland's 9 hours behind us, and I'm not quite sure what Canada would be. Yeah, we've got the
They're pretty much on the same time zone as us, depending on where it is.
So irrespective, it would still be rude on the body. Probably would have given myself the same fly-in time, like land on a Tuesday or something, and give myself a couple of days to de-jet lag and de-inflame and all that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
So, but it was more like from maximal effort. I find cooks me a lot more than like a full strongman show. Yes, the weights are heavy, but because I'm moving more regularly rather than staying put and trying to move what I know I am actually capable of.
Gotcha. Okay.
I find I recover better from strongman shows than I do powerlifting or statics or anything that sort of like three lift max type thing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get back to that in a second, but I don't want to miss this question. So Jay wants to know, let me get rid of that, wants to know if you know of another YouTuber named Spudfit, who's a rugby player apparently, who ate nothing but potatoes for 1 year. That sounds phenomenal. I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard of this dude, but I know I'm impressed by his colon.
That's a lot of starch.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I
know. I don't like him in the potato famine.
Never. Now it's like I want to look him up, but I'm kind of don't because that'll screw up my algorithm. There's no telling if I watch that. There's no telling what else it's going to start showing me. So,
Gonna get yourself a burner account or something like that.
So James Earl Jones passed away, rest in peace. So of course, it pops up and I'm like, oh wow, that's horrible, whatever. So I see something on YouTube about it, right? And of course it's James Earl. I mean, it's Darth Vader, man. So I watched it, right? Mufasa. Yeah. Well, next thing I know, the next time I went on YouTube, it was showing me like a Darth Vader, what do you call it? A lo-fi funeral dirges.
Yeah, right.
I was like, why is this on? Oh, okay, because I watched the gym. So it's basically sad instrumental music with a Darth Vader theme the whole time on this. And like, that's what it kept showing me. I was like, okay, it's going to take me a minute. I had to purge all that out. Like, I can't have my life just going that way.
Get on Facebook and they're selling your voice modulation so you can sound more like a man.
Yeah, I'm just like, God, let's just stop this right now before it goes bad. Yeah. All right. So talking about the effect on your body, it's like, so the last time I wasn't competing, my son was competing, but we traveled to Austria from the US, and there was I think we were ahead, and we had to kind of adjust to it. So what we did to try to get our bodies sort of prepped is we changed our training time to be more, in the weeks preparing for it, to be more like the time when he would actually be competing, right? So do you do any little tricks like that if you're going to be well, just about anywhere you go to compete outside Australia is going to be a different, time. It's going to be like a significant difference. Do you do anything like that?
Like traveling with work and that sort of thing, that I'll set up like the second time zone on my phone and then try and sync myself as close to it as possible whilst I'm on the plane itself.
Okay.
And for me, that works quite well. Because if I can get a decent night's sleep in, I find I'm fine generally when it comes to performance. So
I don't know if your wife is like, oh, what's that noise banging at like midnight? Oh, it's Connor. He's getting ready for a competition in America. Okay.
No, I train at all hours of the day, whether it be 6 a.m. or 7:30 at night and anything in between. So, and
nice.
You know yourself, like when it comes to the military, all the retarded stuff that they make you do over the years.
Oh God.
So,
yeah. You just like, and the thing is, like, it's always something that somebody who's not going to have to do it thought was a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's what it is. Like, they're not going to have to do it. They thought it was a good idea. They make you do it. You're just like,
yeah.
And then you're in the middle of doing it, and somebody always says, who thought this was a good idea? Like, why are we doing this? and then in the moment, you think of like 6 different ways it would have been easier. You're like, well, why didn't we just do this?
Now? Yeah.
Like, do you guys say this thing is like, so it's like, well, whatever the question is, it's like, well, because it would make too much sense. That's what we always would say. Okay.
Yeah, it's like common sense wasn't issued, so get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to the natural stone lifting. I'm going to pull that back up. Because I think it's really cool, man. How was that experience of doing the natural stones compared to, obviously Atlas stones, are reasonably smooth.
Yeah.
Is that it says you had the Claire Galway stone, which was like on a lane, like in a main road or something. It's like basically if you didn't know that was it, you'd pass right by it.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
So
Same
talk
with
about that
the
experience a little bit.
same with this first stone. So we were chatting to Maddie Costello and Aisha Allah, who are the main promoters for Natural World's Strongest Man. This is after we went to the gym on the Thursday before the comp, met them, and then just kept talking throughout the weekend. Then on the Monday after the competition, myself and Luke Kiger, who's the other fella you see in this video, we went down to the gym to help them unpack cars and things. Like, we just need to move. Okay. And in the process of chatting to them, they're like, hey, we've got, we know David Keogh. He's got this map of where the stones are. We'll get him to send it to you. So he's flicked us the map. And I've, because I'm the one with the car, so I'm going around plotting which ones we can actually get to in a day with the Irish weather. Because that day in particular, it was still raining at 10 o'clock in the morning. So by the time we got out to that first stone,
it rains all the time in Ireland.
Yeah, it was as you see it. So we couldn't have gotten better weather for the day itself.
Nice.
I definitely enjoy lifting natural stones more than Atlas stones because it's actually a challenge. Like, it's a puzzle. It's how am I going to
bring something to grab, but it's awkward.
Yeah,
it's like lifting
a sofa. Slippery, and like some stones have weird textures and others don't. Like the Claire,
the Ishka.
That one,
you're lifting right there.
Yeah, that very first one. Like, we didn't know that was a stone when we got to the beach. So like Camilla's talking to David. She's like, "Oh, whereabouts isn't he?" Gives us the pin drop. And we walk around. And we're going, "Oh, it's on the granite line. So this has to be the stone."
Yeah.
And that's really weird because it's got no handhold. It's really smooth. And from what David was saying, and I didn't realize until after, that it's got like a lot of the iron sits on one side, so it's offset.
No,
so it's not a well-balanced stone at all. So to get any air under it, he goes, it is a feat.
Nice.
So, and then we just went around finding all these other smaller stones.
Almost 400 pounds.
Yeah.
It's like 177 kilos.
Yeah.
So one thing I've always thought about, because I've done like natural stone lifting, but not with any like named stones, right? It's just rocks that I happen to find. I'm like, I wonder if I can pick that up, right?
Yeah.
And but with something that's a named stone, like it's literally on like a list of, like if somebody wants to go do all the named stones in Ireland, like it's on a list, right? Like David Killen, he's been compiling this. Heck, he's been in a number of big time publications. He's getting a lot of notoriety just for publicizing these stones. Yeah. And I'm like, how would you like to be the one guy that drops the stone and breaks it or cracks it or something? Like, so was that in your head? Like, do not screw up an Irish national treasure.
Well, funny you mentioned that, actually. So I think it was the Claire Galway stone. Camilla was taking the videos and talking to David, and she's like, "Oh, hey, David, the boys broke it." And he initially interpreted, goes, "What do you mean they broke the stone? We used that in the competition 3 months ago. That's the Claire Galway stone." And she's like, "Oh, no, as in they broke it off the ground. They managed to pick it off the ground."
Like, you about to have him go bananas. It's like,
I think he was about to track us down and get in the car and track us down, to be honest.
So that's hilarious, man. Because that's what's always in my head. Like, yeah, it'd be cool to pick it up, but what if I broke it?
Yeah.
And then of course, like, I wouldn't be the first. I'm sure I'm not wouldn't be the first person to drop it or whatever. But still, it's in your head. So that's funny.
So there was another stone that we were going to try and lift on that day, which is the Tim Martin stone, which is 20 minutes towards Galway from the Clencladder.
Okay.
But unfortunately, like David was telling us, it's on the doorstep of the Martin homestead. If they're not home, just leave it alone and don't worry about it. Like, cool, no worries. So we popped in there, knocked on the door, waited about 10 minutes, and no one answered. So like, okay, in respect for the stone, we'll just move on to the next one, which was an hour down the road, which is the Clare Galway. Nice. That were the three closest ones that we could get to that day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Were you guys familiar with David Killen before this?
No, not me personally. No, everything I know of David was through Camilla on the day.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Because it's funny because he follows me, I follow him, and same thing with me and you. And I just like, it's it wouldn't have been the first time that two people who both are like follow me or whatever, like they meet. Because I mean, basically everybody's a strength athlete, so you're gonna meet at some sort of venue or whatever, right? It's okay, yeah, and then you run each other, you start talking. So that's interesting, and it's crazy how things intersect, because like I'm a big fan of Stacey Burr, and so Bama Burr. And I saw that she was like, shouting you guys out. I don't know if it's because of you or because of Camilla, but it was like I saw her comment on the post. And so she's like, pretty big in powerlifting, especially as a coach now over here in the States. So it was just funny seeing the intersection, because David actually started out with kettlebell sport.
Yeah, okay.
Right. And so he's like pretty big in kettlebell sport. And so let me back up. So if you go to his page, you're likely to see him lifting stones, him doing kettlebell sport, or doing yoga in his kitchen. Okay. And so it's like that. That's what's going to be my next thing. Like, were you already familiar with him? Like, how was he in person compared to whatever? But okay. Did you guys meet him in person, or was it just on the phone?
No, it was all phone. So if you get around to watching the vlog that I put together, I've got all the sound bites he was sending through to myself, Camilla,
Nice. Okay.
Tanita and Luke, as we were, lifting throughout the day. And he mentioned that he would have loved to have been there with us, and next time we're in Ireland to let him know so he can come and
sweet.
So
sweet.
Yeah.
Nice. So I guess no yoga tips from him then. All right.
No yoga tips. I might have to hit him up on Instagram and let him know you sent me.
I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you stuff.
Yeah.
So what's you did Natural Worlds, you won. Okay.
No, I didn't win Natural Worlds.
No, you didn't win. Hold on, let me see.
I came 13th. There was Andrew Goodlad won the under 105 kilo man.
Oh, you're Static Monsters champion. I
won Static Monsters. Came 13th at Worlds.
Gotcha.
Like I was saying earlier, that prep was horrible. 4 weeks before the comp. 4 weeks before the comp, the entire house, myself, Tash, and the 4 kids got gastro.
That's it.
And it lasted like a fortnight and just riddled all of us.
Yikes.
So, emotional, to put it slightly.
Now your bucket list is to go back and compete there again and try to.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So originally, my best mate, he's grilled me for this, because after nationals, I'm like, I'll do the strongman stuff over in Ireland. That'll be me for strongman for a while. I'll stick to powerlifting next year. I can make some money with powerlifting, help rebuild the bank account after spending so much money getting over there. Because if you're not a sponsor, please send them my way. It wouldn't go unappreciated. But after doing the strongman comp, it's almost like relit a fire. It's like, this is my passion. Why am I bothering with powerlifting? Like, I acknowledge it was a time for the last year because I couldn't get to strongman comps, and then doing it this year was just hanging out with my best mate sort of thing. And now after doing a 2-day worldwide comp, I'm like, no, I've got unfinished business here now. Like, I've won powerlifting, I haven't won this. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've got, so let's see here, Matt, who competes in powerlifting and strongman as well, said so he said Natural Worlds 2025 is going to be in England. And he said if you want to do some natural stone lifting after comp, you can, I guess he's inviting himself to go with you to go lift some natural stones in Scotland.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That'd be kind of cool. And
I'd
then he's
making it over there.
Yeah, so he said basically he said he'll see you in 2025 if he qualifies. So
should just come anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting because you would both be people who got into it through Static Monsters, and now you're moving on to the next thing. So that's one of the reasons why I was such a big fan of Static Monsters, is because it introduces, strength athletes to the sport of strongman in a way that is, I don't want to say easy, like it's, doing it is easy, but it's kind of like easily accessible. It's easier to train for Static Monsters than to train for other things. But there's been some changes. They've got new owners now, and Matt actually has a thing here. He said he's one of the people I know who's not doing statics, and he says he's not doing it this year because the gym that ran it for him last year says there are a lot of hurdles with the new organizers, so they're not doing it. The person who we live streamed for last year, he did Static Monsters, and he said something similar. So he's just going to do his own type of competition at the same time. this year. We were just going to stream that. So what I want to know is, from the standpoint of an athlete, though, how has things changed for Static Monsters on your end, or do you know?
I've honestly haven't been following it super closely.
I mean, like, availability, is it still
like
any place
there's
for you to compete?
It's probably not as prevalent in Australia now, from what I've noticed. Like, looking at the available competitions, because of how vast the country is, it's definitely shrunk this year compared to previous.
Okay.
And I've spoken to a couple of promoters up north Queensland, and they've very much said, like, this will be our last year that we run it.
Wow.
So they're in a similar sort of boat. So I know there was one that was meant to be on the sunny coast. They were going to run a competition and they dropped it, and then another one near Brisbane's picked it up instead. So yeah, it's nowhere near as prevalent as it once was. So I'm not too sure as to the reasons why that is. It probably could be because of all those extra hoops they're adding in.
That's what everyone who's telling me, who's involved with it, is said. Well, who has been promoting it, and they had not promoting, but so they organized a competition at their location. Well, then this year they said some of them were getting turned down because or I'm assuming but basically in the way Chad originally set it up, it was you basically had to be at least 400 miles away from the next nearest location, right? And so, although, in the example of my friend who's in Arkansas, although he's the only location in Arkansas, he wasn't able to get it. I guess he could have gotten it, but he's like, there's just too many hoops. They made it too difficult. Yeah. And so he just kind of said, later for that, I don't have to deal with it. Matt said in the UK, there's one competition in London and one competition in Ireland. So it's practically disappeared from the UK. I mean, it was growing quickly. I mean, it was like all over the world, like places that you don't even associate with, like strongman, were having Static Monsters competitions. So I don't like that. It's
So I know Dan Thomas from Commando Temple in the UK said this will be his last one. I'm pretty sure. Man, or this year or last year was his last one that he's running, because now he's actually helping them out with the promotion side, whatever that looks like.
Yeah. So, well, I hope they get things turned around and and continue to have, because like I said, I think it's a great, from the standpoint of the home gym ownership. A lot of times, training for a competition, as is like some of the biggest motivation to keep on training. Now, obviously, in your case, you still have to stay in shape for your job, but you don't have to be as strong as you are for your job. Most of the people, most guys in the military, they pretty much do the bare minimum. So you have to have, if you want to keep doing this and keep on pushing yourself, you got to have something external, or you have to have something that you're pushing for, some goal or whatever, right? And I thought Static Monsters fulfilled that role really well. So I don't have a vested interest anyway. I hope they bring it back.
Yeah, it's a great introduction to both strongman and powerlifting. Like, I feel it takes the best of both, where you've got to prep for it like a powerlifting competition and pick your attempts like a powerlifting competition, but they're odd movements like strongman. Like you typically don't see them outside of strongman itself. Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
All right, so let's I want to go ahead and give some publicity to what you got going on here. And you guys, if you have any questions for Connor, go ahead and keep on throwing them in the chat, and I'll keep on putting them up here. If you are watching on replay, throw your comments in, and I will pass those questions on to Connor and see if I can talk him into coming back. It's nighttime for you right now, but you can, if you swing back around in daytime for you, and see if there's any comments on the replay, and just drop them there, especially now that you're trying to be a YouTube sensation. I mean, hey, look, you step one, you started a YouTube channel. Okay. Step two, ride everywhere in the limo because you're going to be rich soon. Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's what everybody thinks.
How's that going for you, John?
Does it? What? So my daughter says, "Oh, we're going to ride around everywhere in a limo, Dad. You got a YouTube." I was like, "Oh,
yeah, my limo has 7 seats and 4 of them are for small children."
I'm like, you go ahead and prepare for a little bit of disappointment. I don't know.
You got the fancy fold down chairs and everything.
So let's talk about the hiking vlog that you got going on YouTube. So tell me about that. What's the purpose of it, and what kind of content can people expect from it?
So the hiking vlog, if you don't watch the first lot of them, they're horrible. You can really see my autism coming out there.
Definitely watching those first. Okay.
The first one.
That's
I'm like
exactly
very
what I'm going to do now.
having a spaz because I'm not used to. To me, it felt so obnoxious of myself to be standing in front of a camera trying to talk to it. But my idea behind the vlog was I record so much footage throughout the week. Like I virtually record every single lift I do, and I don't do anything with it. It gets dumped on OneDrive and sits there. And one day I get like a little message going, "Oh, memories from 3 years ago," and I have a look. I'm like, "Yeah, that there." So I just figured it would be a good place to start compiling all of that footage and then just talking about where my head's at whilst I'm doing it. With the intention that I'm going to try and put in a bit more educational stuff. I've been lifting for 17 years, and I think I know a thing or two sometimes. And with that, I've very much coached myself every step of the way, with a small 6-month period where I had Mitchell Hooper as a coach. And I'll probably put it down to we didn't quite understand how we both were, like between coach and client type thing. So if anything, I went backwards a little bit under Mitch. Nothing against him at all. Like, geez, the accolades he's ticked up now, he knows a thing or two as well, but he wasn't a good fit for myself as a client. But at the same time, I try and learn something from every experience. And I've took like some little 1%ers away from Mitch, and I've implemented that into the way I do business now as well, from a programming and exercise selection perspective. Okay. So it was helpful. And at the same time, I was also overseas with work, and I just wanted to take like one less thing I wanted to worry about was what I was going to do for training. So that was another reason for getting Mitch on board.
Okay.
But out of the 17 years or so I've been in the gym, there's been that 6-month period where I had him as a coach, and the rest of the time I've done it all myself.
Right.
Which it kind of goes against the mold where people are like, you can't coach yourself to these certain levels because no one was willing to do the hard stuff that they normally neglect.
Yeah. Most people just do the stuff that they like. It's hard for them to see like, hey, I need to, you know, it's hard to have, and it's also hard to be honest with yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like, my squat, like you said, my squat was high, you know. Most of the time people are like, nah, that squat, oh, that looked good to me. Yeah. Look, let me show you the video, you know.
Yeah.
So just
whereas, like Tash behind me can attest to, you know, I love treating it as a puzzle. It's like, how can I get better at what I'm doing? What do I need to do? Gotcha. And then when I finally go, I think I've got the puzzle set, and I do the session, the amount of whinging that comes out of my mouth, and she's just pointing in their sheds like, just get in there. You've done it to yourself.
Right. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
So, okay. So the vlog is basically
accountable.
It's training footage, but it's also you teaching.
Yeah. It's got little tidbits of teaching. It's like a peep into my train of thought, which can be quite sporadic and erratic at times.
Oh, that's interesting right there. That's good.
Yeah. So I'm not. It's like this weird mixture of like autism, ADHD. It's like, which one's going to win the fight today? And are the intrusive thoughts going to win? Let's find out.
So that's the sort of thing that I can imagine. Like the more like weird the outbursts are, the more likely people are going to want to watch.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because we actually have a couple of questions in here. So the first one, I believe you've answered this before, but let's go ahead. I'm assuming the answer is no to this question. But Jared wanted to know, he said, did you have to cut weight for competitions? So I'm assuming you didn't cut weight because you just come off of gastro. All right.
Yeah.
But in general, do you cut weight?
The only one I've had to cut weight for this year was nationals for powerlifting, because I compete in the under 100 kilo class. Right. And I was sitting, I'd hardly call it a weight cut. It's more like slightly dehydrate myself for a couple of days. I was sitting at 102.5 kilos or thereabouts.
Right.
And to just get to under 100, I'm like, oh, I'll just drop the salt, drop some carbs, and stop drinking water the day I weigh in. And somehow weighed in at 98.5. So it worked in favor for best overall lifter because I ended up winning that.
So the thing that also helps you out is because you are active duty military. You know, you can't get. I mean, I would assume that they tape you or do body composition because you're over for height weight standards.
Oh, I wish. No, they just they just do BMI for the most part and be like, oh, your BMI is 35, you're overweight. It's like, are you serious?
So what they did for me is we're actually the same height, but I was like 190 pounds most of the time. But they said until they changed the chart, they were originally saying I was supposed to be like 170, and I said I haven't, I'll do that for like a fight, but I'm not gonna like walk around that way. That's horrible. And so they would tape me. They take like the tape measure and tape my neck and get a like neck and waist measurement, right? And then I wish they would do like would have done calipers, but nobody was going to submit to that. So the point is though that you can't really get, unlike somebody who's not active duty military, you can't really get super far out of shape. So the reason that matters is if you're going to cut weight, it's all going to be water. You know, you don't have to like say, okay, well, I can lose some body fat, do a recomp physique or something like that, and then get in my weight class that way. Pretty much, it's just going to always be water cuts because you don't have much to lose. So you say you don't normally have to do that.
No, well, not this year. Last year, what I did one competition last year is an under 90, where I think I had to water cut 3.5 kilos.
Okay.
And then the year previous, well, the 2 years previous, I competed as an under 90. And I think the biggest water cut I did for that was 6.5, 7 kilos.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that was horrendous, by the way. I don't like doing that.
Yeah, it would.
And
cutting weight for any reason.
Grumble at a Tash. She's like,
So the cutting weight for any reason sucks. For one thing, it sucks. Number two, that's exactly when people are going to start making all the stuff that would be the most delicious. And you're like, really? And then they want to tell you, and then they'll say something dumb like, or lame, like, I forgot you were on a diet. Oh, I forgot that you can't have this. Oh, well, let me just show it to you. Oh, yeah, look what I just made at home from scratch.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm on a 36-hour bloody water fast.
Yeah, thanks.
Fast and that sort of stuff.
I'll remember this, I promise.
Yeah.
So let's clean this up a little bit in the chat. So Matt said he wanted to go back this year for Worlds, specifically. He was convinced that if he had gotten the biggest deadlift for the 90s, he thought he was going to get the biggest deadlift for the U90s, and he didn't get the chance to attempt it. Then we have here Carp. My guy Carp said he saw one of Keith Honeycutt. He's the no wine seller. I don't know if you follow him on Instagram, but he's a really good follow. But one of his training buddies was in Aberdeen and was lifting the Denny Stones. And they're going to be doing. He said he DM'd me the picture. Here, I'll just share this real quick, so you guys can check it out. Inbox chats, bam. Welcome to my DMs. All right, now all of you just slid in my DMs. Hey, anyway, there he is doing that. All right,
got no straps as well, hopefully.
No straps.
Yeah, doing
That's
it properly.
Crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
One of my really close mates got me a set of the Cerberus Denny Stone ring handles, so now I can start training for that. So if I do end up going overseas to Scotland or the UK next year, and I get an opportunity, I might be good enough to have a crack at the Denny Stones.
Hey man, I believe you can do it. You know,
I know I'm strong enough to do the weight. It's whether or not I can hold on to it, because those rings they hurt. Hook gripping it.
Well, I mean, but the thing that's cool now is that they have trainers, so you can buy the Denny Stone trainers and just practice. With ordinary plates, practice that amount of weight, and it's so. And I think another issue, I've never done it, but I think another issue is that the weight is so off balance. Yeah, like they're not they're not the same weight front and back.
Yeah, so it kind of 1 to 0.78 ratio or something like that.
Yeah, so it's like it wants to like yank you off balance. So yeah. Let's see here. Matt says, I feel all of that. He says, we do this to ourselves. And Kurt's also in the military. He's in the Air Force. And he said he's literally on a water and food fast right now because weigh-ins are 77 minutes away.
He's probably got the lunchbox packed. He's like, I'm ready to eat.
Look at that. Like, well, by this time, everybody around you looks like food. You're this close to turning cannibal. You're like, okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's hilarious. We have a special request for your wife. Okay. They want to see the finished Lego set that she's building in the background. Are you building Legos or something back there?
No, there's no Lego there. No, my wife is quite talented and does quite a bit of sewing, so it's all.
Oh, okay. Well, they want to see whatever. I don't know, whatever this project she's working on. I'm not making this up. Look what it's right there in the chat. They want to see your project. What are you sewing?
Have you got it there at all? Or?
I'm on my phone at the moment.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they were convinced you were building like some. She's like, "What are you all talking about? What time is it over there?" They said that you're building a Lego set and they want to see it. That you're building in the background. That's hilarious. She was like, "What are you talking about?"
I've got a couple of Lego planes sitting there if that's what they want to have a look at. But it's probably a laptop, perhaps.
That's funny right there. All right, Jay, I tried. You hallucinated the whole thing, but that's also fun. Well, man, look, I want everybody to be able to go and check out your the Tyking, which is the name of your channel. I'm gonna go ahead and put it right here in the chat, and I've already put it in the description for the video. Everybody, when this video is over, go ahead and go check out the Tyking on YouTube. Is there anywhere else that people can go if they want to follow your training or ask you questions about, Australian wildlife? You told me about your buddy that's trying to catch a wombat for some reason.
Yeah.
That's not regular.
I can't say I'm a aficionado in Australian wildlife. I can tell you what now.
We know. Look, I saw the Crocodile Hunter. And I saw Crocodile Dundee. So I assume that all of you guys are wildlife experts.
You've met people from the city, haven't you? Because they don't know anything about wildlife.
Okay. Well, you got one subscriber right there. Curtis, sub to you.
Sensational.
My question about your channel is, are you going to be taking like questions? That's actually where I was going with that. Like doing like Q&As. Because I know like Alexander Bromley does a lot of Q&As on and so does what's his name? Dan John. Like Dan John's entire channel is send in a bunch of email him questions and he'll answer the questions on camera. Yeah. Right?
If it ever gets to the point where people value my opinion enough to hear what I have to say, probably.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but like to answer your question, like 2 questions back, obviously, the YouTube channel, the Tyking. Then you've got my Instagram, which is probably the one I'm the most frequent on. So it's there, Connor_the Tyking Reilly. I've got a Facebook page for my coaching business, which is Strength and Athletics Project, which is another one. But that's all just in the background, just slowly building on that one. A lot of the stuff I'm doing at the moment is a slow burn. And then I've also got a Discord channel as well. Sorry, what was that?
So if they go to you said you're mostly on Instagram. So if they go to the Instagram, will they have links to everything else that you've got going on?
I've got all my links set up in Discord for the most part. So I've got a public Discord server where you can access a lot of that stuff with like the merch shop and the Facebook page and everything. So, but if people are after certain things, I'll just happily chat to them and send it their way if need be.
Nice.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys heard that. Go ahead and follow at Connor_the Tyking Reilly, so you guys can see some of his provocative videos. Help him get on his way to that limo, and also make sure you guys sub the Tyking on YouTube. I've got the links for everything in the description for this video, and we'll get the link for your Discord server as well on there as well. All right. So the next time you guys come on, I'd love to have you guys back on. Make sure you have some sort of craft project you're working on in the background, please, because my audience demands it, apparently.
Yeah.
And so
they want to know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sew something. I mean, whatever you got to go on. Weave something. I don't know. Whatever. You'll figure it out.
The number of hobbies Tash got into over the various years of maternity leave. It's just
there you go.
Photography, sewing. I think you're doing crocheting at one stage, putting up with me. Like they're all.
Dang, what are you doing with your life, Connor? She's the one with all the talent. What's going on?
Yeah.
Good Lord. Step up your game, man.
I just have a certain physique I need to maintain to keep her happy, and then it's all good.
Oh, okay. All right. She's the sugar mama. I understand now.
Yeah.
I got you. All right. Like, you guys, I appreciate you staying up with us
All
here
good.
and hanging out with
Thanks
us,
for
man.
subscribing, guys. It's really appreciated.
Oh, heck yeah. And I want you guys. Oh, of course. Okay. So we've already got our first quote from we're going to get out of here with that. That's not a knife. This is a knife. that was it.
It's not a knife, that's a spoon.
All right. I appreciate it, guys. You have a good night.
Yeah,
Thanks
catch you later, John. It's been great.
All right, later. All right. That was Connor the Tyking Reilly. That's my guy, fresh off of conquering the entire world. And I hope you guys enjoyed that. Make sure you are checking out all of Connor's stuff. I've got the links for his stuff in the description for the video. I'm going to be adding the Discord link as well once he sends it to me. And so you guys can check him out on there as well. And now, look, I need everybody to just, look, drum up all your empathy, okay? Because we've got a family member who is in distress, okay? He's in distress. His situation, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's the problem, but all I know is Jared is upset about something. And so we've got to be here for him, all right? So everybody, the moment you've been waiting for. Time to get mad.
It's the Recliner of Rage!
It's the Recliner of Rage, 'cause he's not happy!
Jared, what's up, man?
Good morning.
Okay, this is a safe space. All right, no one's going to judge. Okay, Carlos is the only one who's going to judge you for your anger in this situation. All right, so however, I'm prepared. I'm prepared to be supportive. Okay, I'm going to give you the big screen. Why are you mad, man? What's wrong?
Sure. A little backstory. I recently upgraded my adjustable bench. Before, I had an old adjustable bench. I had a 10-inch back pad. And I upgraded to the Rep AB 5200 2.0, and it's got a 12-inch back pad. And apparently, I never learned proper flat pressing form or whatever, and I started to develop some shoulder issues, some SC, which is your sternoclavicular joint issues, where your clavicle connects to your sternum. Developed some problems with that, and there for a week or something, it really hurt. I mean, bad. I mean, it affects your sleep and everything else. Anyway,
freaking sternoclavicular joint,
right?
Is that what we're mad about?
We're getting there.
Okay. See, I'm supportive. I was mad at that, so I'm mad at your sternoclavicular joint right now. Okay,
that was back in June, so I've gotten over that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Still clicks though, which is fine.
So I'll let that one go then. All right, go ahead.
Yes. So
I'm here for you.
Thank you. So in researching how I could improve this, came across some products. One is called the Primal Strength Bench Buddy, and I sent you a link to it. I don't know if anybody, probably a few people know what that is. Eric Eccles, he knows what that is. He showed it to me. So I contact Primal. I believe they're an Irish company, if I recall. Primal. Okay. So I say, hey, this looks great. And I saw someone else who had some shoulder problems. They said it really helped because it allows your shoulders to move more freely, right?
Yeah, it looks very uncomfortable, but that's not the point.
No, well, in the interim, our guy Rory, he suggested a half roller, and I use that actually on the bench, and that helps. But I said, that looks like the really more comfortable version of this, and with all the padding. So I reach out to Primal. They say you have to go through our U.S. distributor. You can't buy direct from us. Okay, I contact U.S. distributor. I place the order. They said it'll be 30 to 40 days. Last week I reach out to them. Said, hey, I haven't seen an email or whatever. We're coming up on 50 days. What's going on? They reply back. Now, John, what do you think a reasonable delay time is on something that I already had a 40-day lead time?
Are they making it, or is it already made? Because it's already made. I'm gonna say it needs to be in the mail already. If you've already been delayed 40 days, they need to be shipping it.
Well,
So
the lead time was 40 days.
I'll tell you what, 6 weeks. 6 weeks max. Let's just go like that.
They tell me it's gonna be another 30 days. 30 days. Now I do chest on Friday. I do chest today. I do chest on Friday. So everyone, I was just waiting. Oh, am I gonna get it? So I actually get to use it on my day that I've intended to use this thing.
So again, it's already made. This isn't a Kickstarter. This thing already exists.
Yes.
Okay. So they technically should have it in stock.
Yes.
Okay. So let's give it some time. So it's coming from the UK because it's in pound, whatever. So let's give them let's add 2 weeks because it's got to clear customs and all that kind of stuff. All right. So here's my question. Is it an additional 30 days before they ship it to you or before you get it?
I believe before I get it.
Okay. All right.
So we're over 70 days for something that was supposed to be 40.
Yeah.
And I'm just debating. Do I still want this thing? I mean, my shoulder's a little better now. I actually would like to have it. I think I am going to just let it ride out, but still just kind of a sucky situation.
So,
and the whole dock shut down. Who knows when I'm getting this thing?
Yeah, I was about to say Eric just went ahead and chimed in with that to just make it. Yeah, there's dock strikes in the UK. That ain't cool at all, man. So let's go take a look at their return policy. Let me ask you this. How hard have they been to get in touch with?
They respond. No, okay. Primal might be a little more tougher. The distributor is fairly responsive. The US distributor, which is under a different name.
So the guy who's over here, but he's kind of like stuck too, because if they're shipping, like, it sounds to me like he doesn't have it either, because if he had it, he'd have sent it to you.
Correct. I think they place a large order with Primal, and Primal fills maybe a cargo container.
Yeah.
Over once a month, every other month, something to that effect.
Right. So he's pretty much in the same boat as you. So the best he can do is be mad with you, just like all of us are. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Good God. Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Hold on. We potentially have a solution. So Matt can buy it and ship it over to you.
Matt, would you do that for me?
There you go, Matt. Oh, look at this. Oh, well, hold on. Matt's got all this information. Matt says, I'm not defending them. Although it sounds like you are, Matt. You know the rule. If one's mad, we're all mad, and we stay mad till he's not mad anymore. But he says they are in the middle of a warehouse move because they are expanding. So I'm assuming he's familiar with the company.
I say that's news to me.
He can't ship it to you because the docks are closed. Gee. So what are you going to do, man? You know what? I got a solution for you.
Okay.
Time to contact a local U.S. manufacturer and see if somebody can just make you one. The heck with patents. Because even if it's a patent, it's patented over there. And it's not like you're trying to sell it. Get somebody over here to make you something. Reach out to a company called AbMat. See if they've got some suggestions. Because don't they have that, what you call arch thing? I know they do, but it's like it's for a different purpose, but it's a different kind of arch thing.
The bench weight?
Yeah, they've got something over there. Oh, God, what's the other one? And then there's the launch pad, too. Have you tried that?
I really looked into the launch pad, and I seriously considered it, but
it just didn't do the job.
A little pricey, and I talked to some people who actually tried it at Home Gym Con and kind of got mixed reviews about it.
This actually, I'm being calm, but this actually is irritating. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't like this. Because the thing is, you're not only a victim, and I realize that some of it is beyond their control too, because it's not like they control the docks, So even if they were trying to send it to you, the docks are on strike. However, let me back up and say, had they sent it to you when they were supposed to, the docks wouldn't have been striking yet, and you'd have your pad, your shoulder would be feeling better, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. In fact, you'd be talking about this awesome bench that you got from Primal in the UK. But you're not, because they didn't send it on time. So I'm going to think outside the box. Okay, so looks said Carp said his company has 5 Chevy containers stuck in Savannah, Georgia. Apparently they can't get it in the country. All right. Matt says he does have stuff from Primal. Okay. All right. So here I'm gonna think outside the box. All right. I actually hadn't planned on doing this, but hey, Ashton, are you ready? All right. Boom. Ashton Ferrazzo. Ashton happens to run a business where he gets you stuff for your home gym. So did you hear what we were talking about?
It was something about a mat that is not coming in from the UK.
So we're gonna pull this out. So Jared's having an issue with his shoulder. All right. And so he ordered this thing from the Bench Buddy from the UK.
Yeah.
They slow walked him, took their time it says ships in 2 to 4 days from this coming Monday is the lie they're telling people on their website if I were to order it today, right? So yeah, theoretically, they would be shipping it on Friday according to the lie they're telling here. But we know that's not true because I just heard Jared's story. So what do you know of any other products here in the US that are available that even look anything like this that would meet the need he's talking about, that have this sort of configuration? I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. It's a little bit different.
So that I agree with you as far as like getting in touch with AbMat, because they're one of the only ones that I would be able to replicate that kind of quality as well as design. That's pretty darn unique.
And being able to replicate it like in a reasonable time.
Yeah, exactly. I wish Derek was still there because he would probably be able to whip something up real fast, even if it was at a premium. Everybody else is going to be importing because I don't know any other foam and leather manufacturer here in the U.S., frankly, other than AbMat that makes that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you were on in my opinion, you were on to that. I mean, maybe like Kayvon may be able to pull something out of his butt with like Bell Steel, but again, that would be imported.
This conversation taking a turn. You're talking about foam and leather and pulling things out of it. This is a family show. Calm down. Relax here.
Oh, who?
We're gonna keep on brainstorming. What? You got an idea?
What about I know he makes a ton of different stuff. It's metal work, but he might have connections too with I was just talking with him. What hang on, I'm gonna find his Matt Porter. What if Matt Porter had the connection?
That's true, yeah. Because Matt works with a lot of different companies.
Let me message him.
If he pops, go ahead, message him. If he pops in here, we'll bring it up. If he doesn't, then
what was the name of the unit?
What's this thing called?
Bench Buddy.
The GLS Bench Buddy. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right.
I would literally think, and so the only thing with like something like AbMat is because they're gonna say, well, do I want to go through potentially the legal stuff? You know what I mean? But I'm saying like someone that's just like making something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like you go to somewhere that's like an upholstery place, they can literally make you something like that because all they got to do is just put the fabric over whatever the thing is you take them. And you're not trying to sell it. So I think that that's the solution I would go with. Go to like somewhere that does upholstery, take them something that the foam roller and just say, hey, can you make this for me? Show it to them. And I bet you they can make it.
Yeah.
Cause they can. So like, I don't know if have you ever had to like recover a flat bench or a utility bench? Jared?
Oh, I have not. Personally.
All right, so if you go to like a place, if you ever have like an old utility bench, you can take it to an upholstery place and they will, whatever material you want, you can actually upgrade the material. Because I've had people take like a normal, like one of the older benches that's kind of slick, and they take it to an upholstery place and say, hey, I want you to recover this with like marine fabric, the same kind of stuff you put like on a boat seat, and they recover it, and it's like easy for them. Because literally, for them, it's just a matter of like picking the fabric, cutting it to shape, and then basically stapling it on. So if you take it to an upholstery place, I'll bet you they could cover it with whatever you want. So on your end, what you would need to do is have the interior part. So like you said, a foam roller, figure out what the consistency is you need. And then all the upholstery part is doing is just keeping it from all falling apart when you lay down on it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I don't think we're going to
Now,
get quite as premium a product as what we just showed earlier.
Well, now, but it's going to cost less and your shoulder won't hurt anymore.
So Jared, it might actually be better than what you're seeing online, because if they can custom make that, you can choose the foam, choose the leather, choose how it's sewed together. You might actually get a better product, and it will
customizing it for you.
I bet you it'll cost more because it's not mass produced, but I also bet it'll actually be made nicer. I could be wrong.
I think AbMat could knock one of those out of the park.
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
If you read the description on the one, I think that, it's a denser layer and then a softer layer, almost like making a mattress or something. And there's probably some science, a little testing, and there'd be some R&D that would have to go into that to make it.
I mean, right, like we're all brainstorming right now because I literally, like, it's irritating because you didn't do anything wrong. They've got your money and you're just kind of like being held hostage. And now not environmental, but you know what I'm saying? Like something in the something out of control, like with the political climate or whatever, is another obstacle. So even if they get their act together, you're still stuck. And that's frustrating, man. That's now you see all the comments in there. So when you get up, there's like apparently Darko has an upholstery pad guide too.
Oh,
yeah. So I'm telling you there, I wouldn't. Yeah, it's possible to do this. It's just a matter. The biggest part of the struggle is the upholstery part, but the rest of it is like, well, just getting something that feels good on, and that will also not break down. That has the consistency, won't break down over time under you. And that's what that's why I said, find something that works for you, that has that consistency and feels good, and you be off to the races, man. But yeah, I'd reach out to AbMat also. Just say, hey, what can you guys do for me? This is what I have going on. And they might be willing to help you out, man. But yeah, that's irritating.
It is.
That's irritating. So I think this is worthy of one more.
It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, 'cause he's not happy.
Held hostage by the Irish. Dadgummit. I can't even defend my ancestry. I'm sorry, man. I apologize on behalf of everyone with Irish ancestry. But thank you for sharing your rage. Thank you for sharing your rage, man.
I feel better. This was therapeutic for me. Ashton, good seeing you again, man.
You too, man.
All right, we're going to segue right into the reason I actually told you to come on here. Not only is he recklessly putting his phone number right there for everybody to see. Y'all think I'm making this up when I say he gave me his number and told y'all to call it. He said, go ahead, put my number on the internet. He's literally doing it himself. This is Ashton Ferrazzo from Freedom Fitness Equipment. And so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to go ahead. Yeah, Fernando has moved to Ireland and is up to his old tricks. That freaking Fernando. So what we're going to be doing today, though, Ashton, is I want to do a build. So this is going to be very interactive. Everybody who's in the chat, we're going to be doing a mock home gym build with Ashton, right? I keep on seeing all these videos where people build like a home gym and things like that. And so I said, well, this is always done from the perspective of people who are buying the thing. You're from the perspective of someone who has, like, you're selling it, but you have to find the products too, because you're a distributor, right? Yep. So I want to go at it from the perspective of someone who has to do this for people all of the time, because people come to you, say, hey, I want to build a home gym. And you're like, I'm sure I know people have done that to you. It's like, okay, can you give me some more information? Yeah. So first question I have is, so what's the budget that you guys want to set for Ashton? Are we going to go 2,000, 3,000? Actually, I'm going to ask Jay. Jay, what's the budget you want to set for Ashton in terms of what this home gym build is going to be? All right. Because I'm leaning towards let's go. I'm saying 2,500. Is that reasonable? Can you do it for 2,500?
I could do it for under 25. I could do it for under 2.
You can do a home gym build for under 2,000. Okay, that's the challenge right there. All right, bam.
And now, caveat: you got to be a power lifter. If you're doing bodybuilding training and machines, that's totally different ballgame. Traditional home gym, barbell plates, bench, that kind of thing. Yeah, easy.
So basically, at best, power builder. Shout out to Greg Santosero, came up with the term. All right, so we're gonna go. So we got 500. We got an 1,800. Can you do 1,800?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not as sure. You could do 1,800.
Yeah.
You okay?
We'll add it up and see what it comes up to. But yeah, I mean, I'm just ballparking in my mind. Yeah, we could probably make that happen.
All right, we're gonna shoot for 18, but you definitely can't go over 2,000. All right, Joey, you are just in time. You're just in time, Joey. We're gonna watch Ashton do a build, and I want you guys to put your requests in the chat, and we're gonna have Ashton try to meet those requests with this build. All right, we're going live. Everybody ready? Let's go here. We got this pulled up. I'm gonna share my screen. Ready? Let's go. We're going to freedomfitnessequipment.com. All right, we're here. All right, Ashton, you are going to tell me where to go. So, awesome. Ashton, I want to build a home gym, and I've only got $1,800 to spend. So,
perfect. All right, so first we're going to go to the free weight section because I want to show people some of the best deals on. This is not a self brag. This is just, you can find these online sometimes. Okay. It's by the way, so where you're at, you can get a preset package, which is why I said I could get it under 1,800. You can see some stuff there that's already under that already.
Right.
Okay. And it gives you a full bill. But I'm going to do something custom where you could get a little bit more for your money.
All right.
If you want something different. So go to under shop now, go to free weights.
All right. Boom. Free weights.
There you go. Right. And then go to the it's the blemish. It's the liquidation set. The liquidation crumb bumper plates about 3/4 of the way down.
Right here. Liquidation crumb bumper.
No. It's actually a full set. So keep scrolling. It'll be like a set of 5 plates in black. Keep going. Right there. It's the best seller. Yep. You got it. Okay. Add that to the cart. So this is. Let's add to the cart and just see how the totals stack up. Basically, what this is, these are high temps.
All right.
And
so
these are
$294 right now.
Yep. So this is 260 pounds of plates for close to $1 a pound. It's high temp though, so it's made in the United States. High temp is the name brand when it comes to crumb rubber. And the company itself was sold to another organization that I have existing relationship with, but they still kept up the bumpers and kept up the quality. And occasionally what we'll do is we'll get a truckload of brand new plates, but they have a cosmetic imperfection on like a divot or some mark or something. Sure. Okay. And they're not sold as retail. So we get crazy good deals on them. We pass that on to you guys. And this is, in my opinion, the best for the money and quality for a bumper plate set. Now you can find, just to clarify, you can find cheaper ones online, Walmart, Amazon. I tell people all the time, but if you want commercial quality, which is mostly what we sell, this is it. 100%.
Well, so the caveat is, we're keeping it to $1,800 to $2,000, but I don't want something that's going to fall apart. I mean, I could go on Amazon and spend $500 and get garbage. Yep. No, we're doing that. So we want something that we're actually going to be able to use for more than 6 months. All right. So high temp bumpers, but it's liquidation in your basically your boneyard or scratch and dent blemish sale. Okay.
You got it.
So we got plates out of the way.
Yep.
Now where are we going next?
I'm going to go next to the we'll fill this section out. So the bar itself. So go to the barbell section.
All right.
Our selection is a little more limited here, but if we're on a budget and you literally just are trying to save every penny, you can go with what is called our grab bag, which is essentially just a bunch of used barbells. We'll pull one out for you. They might be oxidized. They might be in good shape. I just have an example of a few here. So just add one of those for now. We could potentially switch it out for a much nicer one later because some of our basic bars are only
just add to cart.
Exactly. Yeah. Some of our basic bars are only 145, but we'll go for this for now just because we're trying to get in under budget, and then we'll change it out later if we need to. All right. We need a set of clamps for this. So I think that's under accessories. Yeah. Go to accessories and we'll add It's like a lockjaw style clamp. That's a little more secure. Add one of those in black.
All right, so just add that. All right, well, black isn't available.
Or sorry, in blue, my bad.
All right, so just go ahead. Boom. So we just added that. All right.
Perfect.
So
all right, so now we got our
$409.
Yep. So now we got our free weight package. Let's go to a bench section. And this is, we've got plenty of options here. But I'm going to go with a commercial adjustable bench, which again, they're really not that bad. So there's a few different, like these Legend benches, which I'm going to recommend. So these Legend benches are virtually indestructible. I mean, Legend makes...
I've used them. Yeah, Legend's a good brand.
Way overbuilt stuff. So just add one, any one of those. Let's add one with a spotter stand on the bottom left there. There you go.
That one?
That way you get a little bit more versatility out of it.
I think that's the one with the spotter stand.
Yep.
Yeah,
perfect.
there it is. Okay. All right.
Awesome.
So that's a cart. All right. We are now at $659.
Perfect. All right. So not even close. Awesome. And then we'll go to the rack section, which is kind of our main attraction here. There's a variety of different types that you can get. If you have the space, you could go with a full commercial rack with all the bells and whistles, but they usually cap out at 100 plus inches. So it depends. Most garage gyms are going to be 8-foot ceilings, so they're not going to, this is not going to fit. So I normally would recommend the Body Solid GPR 400, which is the first one on the top left. Yeah,
that's
right
actually,
there.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I saw that at your place last time I was there, but they had them at Home Gym Con.
Yeah,
and
those are really nice.
They come with a functional trainer attachment.
They can, yeah, absolutely. That does jack up the price pretty significantly, but I'll be honest, we've had that front and center when people walk into the store, and like it sells 10 to 1 to anything else.
Oh heck yeah! I mean, like I said, I played with it at Home Gym Con, and then I saw it again at your place, and I remember I went right over to it because I wanted to know if some of my attachments that I already owned would fit on it, and I was able to put my Crandall Fitness monolift attachments on it, and they work just fine. So yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of that rack because like it goes under the radar because most people don't never think about Body Solid, and when you bring it up, they think Body Solid, and like in their mind, it's kind of like saying DP Fit for Life or some like dinosaur style thing, but it literally is a great rack for just about for most people. It's a great rack for most people, and it looks good.
Yeah,
but as you said, it would take us over budget, so no. So we're not using that one. So let's so what would you recommend then?
So let's just do the GPR 400, just the base model. And without the functional trainer, and that's only $799. Now we've added in the multi-grip pull-up bar here as just part of the base, which some people don't realize. And so that's included regardless.
All right. So is this with a multi-grip pull-up bar?
Yeah.
And so that's why it's $799.
Right, instead of $749. Yep.
Okay. So $799. So right now, let's check the cart. Right now we're at $1,458. We've got a rack with multi-grip pull-up handles. We've got a adjustable bench. We got a barbell collars, and we've got a set of 260 pounds of bumper plates. And so we're sitting at $1,458. Okay.
So that right there, aside from a set of dumbbells, basically gives you everything you will want for powerlifting. You can add accessory movements, even I've got here, look up in the search bar, just type pulley, P-U-L-L-E-Y. And you could attach that to literally anything. It's a very simple kind of DIY
right there,
system.
the top one?
You got it. Yep.
All right. So you can so that's kind of like the Spud Ink stuff, the stuff that a lot of people started making. All right. So let's go ahead and say, all right, well, let's just go ahead and add that to the cart, because if you decide to add the GPR FT or a GPR FTS later on, it's not going to hurt you to have this. So you can add this to the cart.
I like this for a couple of reasons. So if you're on vacation, you could throw this in a bag and easily take it anywhere. It's plate loadable. You can hang it from a tree if you want to, because it's got a little strap at the top. But I just love it because it's super versatile and it hangs on any load-bearing object, basically.
Yeah, I've got two, not this specific brand. I've got the Spud Ink version. I've got two of the Spud Ink versions downstairs. And with two of them, you can also connect them together and do like low pulley stuff as well. It's like low rows and things like that. Okay.
Yeah, I really like
let's
that.
see here. So Joey said that's a nice rack. All right. Matt says my eyes up here. Okay. Jay wants to know if Frey Fitness is going out of business because they're cutting prices like crazy.
So my guess is yeah.
Because you've got stuff at your place.
Yeah, I'm friends with one of the original owners, and I just don't think that, who has since left the business. I don't think that what they're doing is sustainable, and I don't think they know how to run that business with him absent. So my opinion is they're liquidating everything, and eventually they're going to sell the company. I could be wrong.
Right.
But I just don't think they're making some really dumb decisions as far as like what to have and not to have on the website. For example, if you go there, there's certain things that are missing. It's just random.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the meantime, it's a great deal for people to pick up like really cheap equipment.
Bad for warranties.
Say what?
I said good for deals, bad for warranties.
Correct. Exactly.
If you got a Frey Fitness product last year.
Yeah.
And then they go out of business, a year from now.
Yeah.
Well, there goes your warranty.
Again, they could revitalize the brand, or somebody else could buy them for. I mean, heck, it would be, in my opinion, it would be a great deal for acquisition because they could merge in with somebody else. I mean, it's very well known, at least within the home gym community. So, but all their stuff is great. It's like 3x3, 1-inch holes, or 5/8 holes, depending on. Well, actually, no, their Savage series is 1-inch holes. I like their stuff, and it's cross compatible. So even if they do go out of business, you're still going to be able to find other brands to kind of mix and match and make a Frankenstein out of their racks.
I just like my thing about warranties is sometimes stuff goes wrong, and that's actually one of the reasons why I like Body Solid, because they give you the lifetime warranty. You know, it's like so something as simple as like a cable fraying, right? And you reach out to them and say, hey, this is when I bought it. It could have been 25 years ago. Okay, they send you a new cable, no questions asked. Like, sure, here you go, new cable. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm such a big fan of them.
That by far is the selling point for Body Solid is 30 plus years in business.
Yeah,
I agree. And Frey's only been around, honestly, for about 4 or 5. And the problem even when we were distributing for them is some of their, like, people come to us instead of them for customer service. Like, it's not, they're good enough, but they need some improvements on that front. Like, it's a revolving door from when I've reached out as far as like who's manning their customer service desk.
Like I met the owner, the guy who's your friend. I met him at the Nashville Fit Expo when they had just started, and he seemed like a really squared away guy.
Yeah.
So I can see how that's a blow. When he left the company, I can see that. Like, it's kind of like, to be honest with you, I was on the Garage Gym Radio last night with Jake, and one of the discussion points was Kabuki, and how Chris Duffy left, and like now they're trying to find. It's the same situation. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do, figure out their identity. So that's a pretty big deal.
He put out a poll about whether Kabuki was going to survive. I tend to agree. Like, without Duffin all over the place and the innovation that he brought, I really don't think what they're doing now is they're commoditizing the product. Like, it's no longer like their recent transformer bar. It's got a plastic selector switch. Like, what is going on with that? Duffin would have made that like gold plated, So
they said that they sold out of it, and I was just thinking about it. I was like, from a marketing standpoint, and this would be underhanded, but it's not illegal. I don't think you could literally make 2 of them, sell 1 to 2 different people, and say okay, and then send out it. Never tell anybody about it. And then send an email out, say, hey, we've already sold out our first run. Make sure you get on the mailing list for the next one, and then see how many people put in pre-orders and do your production run based off of that.
Yeah.
Is that deceptive practices? Yeah. But could they get away with it? I don't know from a legal standpoint if it could, but just because you say you sold out of something that nobody heard of, that was coming out, like literally nobody knew this thing was coming out, but you sold out of it. How did that happen, right? And I think the other thing and I said this last night, the other thing that they have going for them is if they still have that deal with the IPL USPA, that their bar is the official bar for that federation, then everyone who runs a meet for that federation is going to want to buy their bars because That's how it's not that you can't run any meets with them, but if you want to have national and international level meets, which is where you're going to get the most athletes coming, meaning the most money for the contest organizer, you're going to have the official bars, right? So that's built in. Well, then every athlete who competes at that level is going to say, oh, I need to get that bar because I want to train with what I compete on, because sponsorships are on the line, if I don't do well, right? So that's their built-in customer base if they want to go that route. I don't know so much with the specialty bar side of thing if they're going to still be able to do that, because Duffin, to your point, I think he was the tip of the spear as far as their innovation. What the heck did you guys? Okay, we'll never bring up Chris Duffin again. I made Ashton mad. He left for a second.
I did. My connection's so good. Okay, here we go.
All right, so let's go back to this build here. So we are right now sitting at 1507.99. Okay, yep. All right, and so we're well under our limit. So what would you add to this?
Man, that's a great question. So, I would actually do a couple of things. So we can go back and make some upgrades. So right now, how to use bar. Let's go back to the barbell section.
All right.
And I'm going to go with, especially for somebody starting out, let's go with the, where did it go? Basic training bar. Yeah, the 700-pound rated men's bar, top left. And there's a version of that that's actually black chrome, or not black chrome, black zinc, which is really nice for 145. Let's add that in and replace it with, the used bar with it.
And we're still under, but
yeah,
we can now get rid of the boneyard bar.
Exactly. I'm going to keep the plates. The Legend
I was actually going to say you're going to add some plates because that's not enough weight.
Yeah, we could add, and it depends on where you are in your lifting journey, but like, you could add even more. If you go to the free weights section again, you could add more from that individual listing on the top right.
Okay.
And that way, like oh, by the way, High Temp makes what's called a gorilla plate. So if you go, go top right here.
Right here?
In the crumb section. Yeah, liquidation, new crumb, top right. Yeah, there you go. And that's the individual listing. So if you can get 65-pound plates, which I hadn't heard of until recently, and they're called a gorilla plate. They're awesome. So if you're strongman, big time powerlifting, like it's above a 55, which I didn't know there was another size, and that it's significantly thicker, but it's if you need some more weight, like it's perfect. And those are priced under $1 a pound currently. So like throw a pair of
you're not going to want 2 pairs of this for the most part, but it wouldn't necessarily make sense.
Yeah, I agree.
But, just from a mathematical standpoint, but like I have a pair of 100-pound plates and I love them because if I'm going to be pulling like 500, for example, that's fewer 45s to load. It's just faster. Or a lot of times what I'll do is I'll throw them on my safety squat bar. And I'm like, okay, well, right there is like the bar 65 pounds. I just throw 100 pounds on each side. Boom, there you go. I'm ready to go. I got 265 right there. And I don't have to just whatever. It's just faster, saves time. So we can add that to the cart. All right, boom. So now the cart, we got some more bumpers. Yep. So now we're at $1677.99. Got the upgraded bar, brand new bumpers. Got this
I have an idea. So let's go back to the rack section with that GPR, and I can actually get some accessory work in that will pretty much fill out the rest of your workout. So if we go back to the racks section.
All right. Before we do that, so let's see here. Let's do the wagon. So Matt said he's ordering some wagon wheel plates that are 65 pounds. Joey said, some 65-pound plates.
Nice.
Jay said those would be plates that would hold down his rack. He's got a different rack than the body solid style rack than the body solids. And Matt suggested dumbbells. So let's keep that in mind. Now you said section.
I'll come back to dumbbells. Dumbbells are one of those things where it's all over the place, and I'll explain why here at the end. So, all right, so let's go back to racks real quick. I'm actually adding this up on my side just to make sure we're not over. So I have an idea. So we go back to racks and go back to the GPR listing.
All right.
Add a lat pull down that is plate loaded. The second listing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that the GPRFT?
Yeah. So that gives you a plate loaded lat pull down and low row attachment.
I meant to ask you about that.
Yeah.
I know that there's another option.
Mhm.
That's actually not the GPRFT. That's the GPR. That's just a lat pull down attachment.
Yeah.
GPRFT is the one that's just like it's on the side also, but it's plate loaded.
That's right. That's right.
I like this one. I've actually had a couple of power racks that had this. So let's add this to the cart.
Yep.
Now I assume that we're now going to subtract that other pulley, random pulley.
Yes, exactly. That might
Okay,
bring
I
it
think we're
pretty
still
close.
We're still 2098. We went over budget. Let's see.
But
so
I think you've got everything in there. Let's see.
you got everything except dumbbells. All right. So
Yep.
let's go to the tribal council. Can we go ahead and nudge it up to 500? Can we nudge this up to 2,500 so that we can add dumbbells and whatnot? And let's just take a vote. Because 2098 is not actually, hold on, before I go saying all that. Okay. This is great, but it's 2098, but then there's shipping.
Yes. Yeah.
So if your budget actually is $2,000,
yeah,
you got to figure out something as far as shipping.
Right.
So what can you do for people as far as shipping goes?
So there's a couple options with us. Obviously, if you're local, shipping is free because you can just pick it up. But if you're national and the rate is too high, which we're always working on trying to revise those rates, you can always call me or text me and just say, "Hey, is there anything going my direction?" Particularly if you're on the East Coast, that we can throw this onto a truck and get it up my way. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't.
So that's another thing to so first of all, you guys ship all over the country. All right. I want to make sure we point that out. But so what you're saying is basically if somebody reaches out to you and they're placing an order and they're like, "Hey, can you help me out with shipping?" You can keep an eye out for when you've got something going in that general direction and just throw it on the truck to help them out.
Yes, and in some cases, I do have shippers that are just heading in that direction anyway. So I've got third parties that have extra space on their trailer. They're happen to be heading up to, say, New Hampshire, if you're, in New York, New Hampshire, New Jersey area, and they'll just head that direction, and for a minimal cost to you, they'll get it up there, as opposed to freight or even UPS, where they're going to charge you, who knows, maybe 3 times what they would charge.
Oh, heck yeah.
So.
All right, so Joey said, yes, let's go ahead. Well, we have 2 questions. Are you familiar with Goliath and Vesta Fitness as far as quality goes?
Goliath and Vesta.
I've never heard of these.
I've heard of Vesta a little bit. I think so. Whenever I hear that, I think I think cheap Chinese knockoff on Amazon. That's usually what I think of. I'm sure they have brand presence, and I'm sure they can get set up, but I would doubt their quality. Let's see, Vesta Fitness.
Just the fact that they're dominating OfferUp and Craigslist, doesn't make me have a warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. Yeah, they're selling generic versions of everything that's on the market. So
suspect steel. I'm not like, my general feelings are, if it's a cheap rack, I'm going to be bench pressing on it at some point, which means my lips and teeth are at risk. Literally, the point of the rack is to stop the bar from hitting me in the face. All right. Nah, I'm not. I'm just not doing it. And I've seen too many people get hit in the face with a loaded barbell to want to be a part of that.
They're going to run into some issues with Rep Fitness. They've got copyright and trademark issues. They have a literal Power Rack PR1000 on their website and a Power Rack PR3000. No joke.
Yeah, that ain't cool. So Joey said that Vesta sells their own products on OfferUp and Facebook, etc. in California. Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that the fact that they picked those platforms doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, same.
If it were like local or like customers saying, "I'm tired of this piece of garbage," and selling it, then in mass, then I'd definitely be like, you don't want that, because why is everybody selling them? You know what I mean? So Joey said, he votes, let's go to 2,500. So Echeverria wins.
So here's pro and con, right? So I'm not going to be able to get a full set for that price, but I have an alternative. So if we go to dumbbells in the shop now section, we can go one of two ways. You can go with a pair of adjustables, which I love. Here's why I love adjustables. So the ones we sell are not your typical like Bowflex, Nuabel. They're not the very high priced, click lock handle.
Here.
Yeah.
Right.
And the reason why is this is a lot more cost effective. You can find what's called standard plates, which have a 1-inch hole on them pretty much anywhere now. Even Amazon and I think Academy Sports have them. But with those, you can also expand the plate sizes up to make those handles each 100 pounds. Right now they have 50 on each one, but those are 5-pound plates, and a 10-pound pancake would be pretty much the same size, slightly wider. And if you substitute the 10s for 5s, now the handles go up to 100 pounds. I had that when I first started my home gym, and it was way more cost effective. It was a little annoying because I had spin lock collars, but if you can get over that, it's by far 1,000 times over better than getting a full set. Because a full set of dumbbells, at least the ones we sell, are commercial heads. And here's the problem we run into. So if you go back a page,
all right.
I specifically have changed the listing because we are competing against literally every other mom and pop store online. So click into the far left listing. I've specifically stated commercial grade, not residential grade. Here's why. During the pandemic, there were a lot of other businesses selling a rubber hex dumbbell that was equal to, if not worse than what was on Amazon or Walmart. Here's why. I had anecdotal stories actually just had a client in here recently. She bought a 20-pounder off of Amazon. Within 2 days, the head is spinning. The head is spinning in 2 days. Yeah. During the pandemic, some shadier shops were gluing, not even securing or welding, gluing the heads onto the handles. And if it got too hot, they would just slide right off.
Yeah, and because they have like the rubber coating, you can't really tell like you could with like the iron heads that we had. But even then, man, I've seen one of those cheap. Story time with Grandpa. I remember it's probably like 1998. One of those cheap Chinese hex heads. I was working at the public gym, and this guy kept on dropping the dumbbells. I've told this story a couple of times before, but it was a 70. And he was doing pullovers, kept on dropping the dumbbells. And I kept telling him, stop dropping the dumbbells. He's like, yeah, whatever. He dropped it one time too many, and it broke. Like, it didn't break on the ground. He pulled it back over his face for another set. It's over his face like this, and half of it fell on his face. So he comes diddy bopping on up to, I can't say diddy bop anymore, given the current time. He comes up to the doing up to the desk with his face like bloody, man. There's just blood everywhere, right? Because and I said, what happened to you? I thought he got in a fight or something. I was like, basically in my head, I was like, yes, somebody got tired of his mouth. But actually what happened is the dumbbell hit him in the face, and he ended, straight off the dental work. And so that was just in the back of my head. So then we obviously had to go check like what happened and why did this happen? And it was and so we ended up going with iron grip dumbbells after that, because that's when we found out that a lot of the overseas companies, they'll fill up a dumbbell head with anything, sawdust, whatever, just to make up the weight, but they don't secure it. Like, they don't drill the handle into the dumbbell head. They just attach it to it. And now that you have these rubber head dumbbells, you can't tell that the inside of that rubber isn't actually metal. So you're saying they're gluing it on.
Yeah, they can glue it on. They can, the weld points can be minimal. Like, they could have 1 or 2 instead of 4 or more. I've had clients that I want to do a video where we water jet cut open each of them and see what the differences are. Because I'm so tired of.
What time do I need to be there?
Yeah, man. Like, I'm so tired of people being like, oh man, these guys are selling them for I don't know, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50 cents. But it's just not the same. I know it's not the same quality. I can't prove it because I can't in the moment cut it open. But I want to have side-by-side comparisons of, here's what's on Amazon, here's what a local retail had, this is what we have. Not the same. See, and here's why. So ours are gonna be more expensive, like $1.50 a pound, which is gonna put that price range out of reach for a $2,500 build if you get a 5 to 50 set. But
Okay.
the adjustables, easy, great, like add on, and you could even put a stand in there for another couple $100 and still be
Oh, heck
under
yeah,
budget.
yeah. And I actually had I started my home gym with dumbbells like that. And I did the same thing. So I bought them from like the handles from like Walmart. It was like 35, some like maybe 40 pounds or something like that. And then I just went on Craigslist and I bought a bunch of 10s, standard plate 10s, and built it. And then my brother did the same thing. I forgot how he got the handles long enough, but he built a 200-pound dumbbell because he was doing like croc rows. He wanted to do croc rows with it once he saw that Matt Croc was doing them. So you can actually do a lot more than you would think with a dumbbell handle like that. It's just, as you said, it's annoying because you do have to tighten them every couple of sets or so because they're going to be rattling. You would listen to like the clink, 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 clink while you're lifting. But I mean, they worked very, very well for me until I was able to get they work better than I had those Bowflex Select Tech. And
I hate those.
Carp took me down memory lane last night too because he said those are the worst home gym purchase he had ever made. And I was like, you know what? I remember getting that. I said, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Yeah, that was like the worst decision of my life. So these adjustable dumbbells of this style actually work better for me until I could get a full dumbbell rack of hex heads. So I agree with that completely.
I can get occasionally I'll get like full sets that are used for again $1 a pound that are actually some really like TKO makes some really nice tri head they call or tri handle, which is it's not ergonomic but it actually has 3 sides and you would think that would feel weird in your hand but it doesn't actually feels really good. I've come across full sets of those and they're straight handle which I love
Nice.
for $550. So if that was the case like that would be closer to budget but. They usually get snapped up within 5 seconds of us listing them.
All right, so let's go ahead and then we'll add them. That's fine. Boom, throw that on there. All right, so let's check out the cart, see where we're at now. So we're at 225.58. All right, so we still got a little bit more room if anybody wants. And then so let's just ballpark what free local pickup. Mm-hmm. And the nationwide shipping. So let's ballpark. Somebody give me an address somewhere far. So you're in North Carolina. Hey, somebody give me an address. And actually, Jay, give me a random. Don't give me your address, okay? Put just a random address in California, somewhere like that, because we're gonna put that address into the thing and just see what the shipping would look like. I think I can do that. You guys are on ShopPay too. I did the thing about the ShopPay app because anytime you buy something on ShopPay, it gives you like okay. So Matt said Majestic Way, Shropshire, UK.
Not available yet, unfortunately.
Not quite.
That's an interesting point. So I'll be honest. Like this is going to ship via freight, which is it can get costly, particularly to California. If you're on the East Coast, it's a little bit more reasonable depending on the location. But you're probably spending like I did an estimate to a random California address in Los Angeles, and it's like $947. So it ain't cheap. But it's like there's some clients like that are on the East Coast and also certain locations. It's really not terrible getting up and down. And again, I can send it with a private shipper too. The UK and Canada and Mexico shipping, probably run into there is tariffs, export duties, all sorts of documentation. And like I've had plenty of people from Canada ask me if we can ship up there. The answer is yes. Problem is it's triple the cost, no matter where we go. And I think half of that is just cross-border transportation.
So you said 377 Carlos Street, and for some reason, I guess I'm thinking about Carlitos Way, the movie, because I put in Carlos Way. But yeah, San Diego, California. All right, so boom, there we go. So let's save that. Save the new address. All right, so now no discount code. So now it's calculating the shipping, which is what I wanted to do. If I mess up and I actually pay for this, I'm expecting a refund. All right, so shipping would be $970.40, which puts us at $3,228.40. But in that situation,
So
Oh.
That's when you would say, okay, let's find somebody who's going your way or whatever, right?
I think part of the issue too is I've thrown in. I know exactly. So the used bench is fully assembled and it has to ship on a pallet. So anytime that happens, particularly with the used equipment, if one thing is palletized, the whole thing's going to be palletized because it just
Okay.
has to go together. And it makes for some weird like dimensional stuff. So in the grand scheme of things, we may be able to get it all on one pallet and get the rate lower, but I won't know that until it's all packed up and ready, and then we do the estimation.
So I'm about to say, you guys could just take it apart.
We can too, and that does help a little bit. The alternative, which this would ship all with UPS, would be to get a brand new bench for like $340, which is not that much more, and that's all boxed up. And that can everything on this list could ship with UPS, which would be, I think, a little bit less going out to California. Actually, let me see. Here, I'll do that right now.
Because if you get a brand new bench, the bench is more expensive, but now it brings the shipping down.
It should.
So you actually end up being okay. This is the reason. So the reason why we're doing this though is because I wanted you guys to see. First of all, I thought it'd be interesting to just do a build here in a different way, but also because I wanted you guys to see like what the difference is between like me just going on a website and doing like last week you guys saw me go in and use the rack builder to show you guys the rack that I got. It's downstairs now. But there's a difference between having like a dealer, you can reach out to them and then they can give you options. Whereas we don't necessarily know the options where we're just online, shopping bells of steel or whatever. We don't know the options. So even in that situation, I'm like, if you have a question, call them and say, hey, well, what if I were doing this? Because a lot of times the seller can give you some help because they do stuff they do it every day. You do it occasionally. You know what I mean?
So if you were to like, with or without the 65-pound plates, you probably had $600 to $700 if you swapped it out for like a brand new bench. Okay. It's still giving me a freight rate for some reason, which leads me to believe there might be an issue with like the UPS rates pulling up right now.
It's a LTL freight, and it's like it's not giving me an option for the other thing. Okay.
Yeah, but it should. I'm gonna mess around with that and figure that out. But yeah, it should give you like UPS rate and a couple others for freight, and that should bring the rate down. I'll check out and see if there's something I missed.
All right, well, we're going to remove all this stuff from the cart now, because if I don't, I'm going to accidentally click something and put your kids through college without meaning to, and we're not about that life at this moment. I love you. I ain't helping you like that. I can't do it. Oh, hey, we're going to take a moment. Kurt, did you make weight? Did you make weight? Kurt is back. He says, I'm back.
Nice.
Mortimer, we're back. He says, Ashton, that's right. Got my man right here. Live.
What's up, buddy?
Color. So Joey said he wants this to be a regular segment, online shopping with Ashton.
I love it.
Hey, I told you this was gonna be fun, right? It's like, hey, let's go ahead and let's go around and order a bunch of stuff.
There you go. I love it.
Nothing like window shopping with Ashton. Oh, okay. So Kurt's driving to weigh-ins. Okay, cool. Yeah, man. Let me keep on giving me those updates because I want to know when you make weight, and then I want to know what the first thing is that you're gonna eat after you make weight. Is it donut related? Shout out to our guy Jared. Everybody give Jared a follow at jared.freedom.gym on Instagram. He was on here for Recliner of Rage. Go ahead and show him your support. Let him know you feel his pain as we're waiting for Ashton to finish. You want me to go ahead and take this down? Or
yeah, you can take that down. I was just trying to see if there was something I was missing or if a UPS rate wasn't populating, but that'll probably be a longer investigation. So
all right, let's see here. So Jay said great quality on the banners, awesome product. For anyone who doesn't know, Ashton and Freedom Fitness they are the only supplier. They're you're not the only place where you can get a Garage and Life banner, but they're the only place you're normally going to get a Garage and Life banner, because if we go to an event, we normally take some with us. Mm-hmm. But if you want to order one today, you're going to have to go reach out to Ashton, and he's going to hook you up, get that banner out to you. There's one, and if you wonder what they look like, there's one right there behind it. In fact, and you guys can find that on the very same website I was just on, freedomfitnessequipment.com. There you go. You guys make sure you go check it. Actually, just start. Do you have an email list?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So everybody can just go there and then they can sign up for your email list.
Yep.
All right. Because you guys are having. I just got an email from you not that long ago. So you're having some sort of. What's the sale you have going on right now, or deal?
So,
not sale necessarily.
Yeah, just recently we got a bunch of new equipment in. We've actually got a ton more coming. So our flooring has been out of stock. Like our tile has been out of stock, and our tile has been flying off the shelf. But we've been out of that for maybe a week or two. And we just introduced what was it? A warranty. So the 2 previous emails have been clearance on gray cast iron plate from Frey.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And there was a bunch of I've got a bunch of Legend Fitness half racks. We just got introduced
Oh,
as a Star Trek
we
dealer.
didn't even include the banner. I don't know what's wrong. We should have added the banner to the build. To the
There
whole
you go.
build. Make sure we do that next time.
There you go.
Go ahead. You said cast iron plates from Frey was on sale, and then what else?
Cast iron plates from Frey. We just became we were on an unofficial dealer, but we're an official dealer for Star Trek. So we had a bunch of their equipment, the Legend half racks. The biggest thing for us though was what I'm calling the Screaming Eagle guarantee, which is basically within 30 days, if anything major breaks on any of your equipment, regardless of whether it's warranted and brand new or not, we'll either send somebody out there to fix it, we'll fix it ourselves, or we'll figure out some way to make it right. And that includes on any product you purchase from us, lifetime technical support. So beyond 30 days, if anything major does happen, some people, I just had this recently, a couple years later, some part on a bike started to go, and he called me up and said, hey, what can we do? I just put him on the phone with my service manager. He walked him through the process. We found out it was a board problem, and we're going to be shipping him a new board at whatever that cost is. But the technical, a lot of companies will sell you something within 30, 60, 90 days, they'll warranty it, and then you're on your own as far as technical support is concerned. So we offer that for and that's particularly important with cardio. If something goes, most people are pretty clueless unless they're super handy on how to fix that. So we try to help, no matter where you are in that stage. If you've gotten something from us, we'll help you out and at least help find parts or diagnostics. And if we can't, we'll just send you to the manufacturer, and they've usually got a pretty good support team. But that's what we do for our clients.
Okay. Matt says, I'm looking forward to the intro music to Gym Market Sweep. Oh God. All right. So that's what you got going on right now. Is there anything else? What's going on with your podcast? I keep meaning to ask you that.
Oh man. Yeah. So we're basically doing that ad hoc, and I haven't done one in a while just because I've been so busy, but we're about to bring on in the sales department, we're about to bring on some folks that really know what they're doing. So I've been trying to focus on that. But yeah, the podcast right now is more of a networking tool. And we do a lot of, right now I'm focusing on reviews of equipment, stuff that people haven't really ventured into, particularly on the commercial side, because there's plenty of home gym reviews, and I'll leave that for those people. But we reviewed the Star Trek 4 series recently, and I had one of our, actually at the very end, Celso, who's one of our techs, he actually chimed in and was like, this is how long it takes to assemble one of these. These are the issues we run into. And we're a dealer for them, so I don't pull any punches. I do the same thing with Body Solid. I've called out some of their crap before. I've said, this is not good. You need to fix this. And they do. So I'm hoping the Star Trek guys do the same. But anyway, trying to get into some other content that people don't necessarily do to kind of feature some stuff on there. But the podcast, I haven't done that in probably, I'd say, a year. And it'll just be basically a networking tool if we find somebody local we want to do it with. I'm not sure if we'll restart it or not. Maybe at some point if we have a dedicated marketing manager, but it's been a while. It took so much time. Oh my goodness.
I definitely know. I mean, it's just doing this, nobody cares, but I'm telling you anyway, because you're a captive audience. Well, I guess actually you're reasonably captive. I can only push it so far, but it's the thing is it's the hardest part is booking the guests, because you book a guest and then they don't think about it from the perspective of, what it's going to take on your end.
Yeah.
For them, it's okay, well, can I make it or can I not? Right. Well, which is fine. But then it's well, then you have somebody cancel last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they cancel last minute, you're like, dude, I just spent all this time because I got to spend time researching you. So I know what to ask you. You know what I mean? And then the other problem I have, which is why I set up the scheduler the way it is, like it's a minimum 7 days, because I was having problems with people like not getting back to me until the day before. And I'm like, well, dude, that doesn't give me, I mean, I follow you on Instagram or whatever, but that doesn't give me enough time to really dive into, and then the next question, I can do it tomorrow. What are we going to talk about? Oh, heck, I don't know, because you just told me, so I don't even know what's going on in your life right now. You know what I mean? So, so I completely understand. I do like that one that you did with, was it Rebecca? What's the last name? Rouse?
Yes.
Yeah.
She was
her husband's active duty in the Marine Corps, and they have a kind of like is it Semper Fit, something like that?
Semper Fi, Semper Fi Fitness. She was awesome, and she's like her husband's active duty, and she is really dedicated to making sure those folks are taken care of, which was cool because that's kind of from our perspective, that's what we're all about, especially like police, fire, EMS. And so I really, that was really cool for me, just seeing her do that for, military, ex-military. I wish there was more stuff around that, because like the VA only does so much. So
anyway, I still remember my trip to the VA, where everyone in my life who encounters me knows that I've got issues with my hearing. I mean, I was in artillery, right? It's on. So they said, no, your hearing is fine. Like in their mind, my hearing is fine. I'm like, wow. Literally. And then it turned out that the diagnostic machine had malfunctioned. But they said, but we fixed it before the end of the test, so you're good. I'm like, come on, man. So I actually have to go back and get retested for my hearing, and I'm like, so everybody else knows that my hearing is shot, but except you guys.
Unreal.
But hey, they're paying for my knee, so thank you. I guess.
There you go.
Anyway,
I got a guy here who I want to say ex-Marine Corps.
There's no
and actually survived a grenade in training. And he's had so many like near-death experiences, like grenade, fell from like 20 feet, fractured his spine, like
David, you need to look at your life, like your lifestyle, like where do you go, what do you want to, when you wake up in the morning, what's your first instinct? Okay, ignore it. Like the first thing you would normally, don't do it. Golly. And he's still so he's still going strong.
He's still around. He's still around, but the VA was able to take care of him. But man, we basically described him as almost literally bulletproof at this point.
Oh yeah, he's Luke Cage, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got the thing up here. Everybody subscribe to @Freedom Fitness Equipment on YouTube, and that you guys will be able to check out that podcast episode I was talking about with Rebecca Rouse. It is definitely great, worth the watch. You guys can check out all of Ashton's reviews and things like that. If anybody wants to get on the email newsletter, you said go to freedomfitnessequipment.com.
Yep.
Am I leaving anything out? Oh, what's your Instagram?
Yeah, Freedom Fitness Equipment 1. We had an issue back in the day, so we had to add a 1. So yeah, that's where we're on Instagram. That's the only oddball.
Okay, so Freedom Fitness Equipment 1 on Instagram. Everybody go ahead and make sure that they're following that. And hey, and if you just happen to actually want some home gym equipment, or you just have some questions, go ahead and hit up Ashton 980-216-4860. That is actually his phone number, and he stands ready to answer your questions and hook you guys up, help you build the best gym in town.
How to do it. My favorite part is not the sale. My favorite part is the consultation piece. So when families come in, when guys come in that are trying to set up their gym for the first time, I actually enjoy that process a lot more. Doing mapping, modeling, that kind of stuff. I mean, it gives me a rush when we make a big purchase and that kind of thing. But like the getting there and helping people solve their problems, either with space or with training or giving alternative solutions they never thought of with that and equipment. That gives me a high. So I love that.
All right, man. Well, you guys go ahead, hit Ashton up and help him get his legal high. All right. And I appreciate you, man. Appreciate all your support. And we're definitely going to have you back on again, man.
Appreciate you. Thank you, John.
Right, later. All right, so that was my guy Ashton, and we're gonna keep this train rolling. First off, it is now 8 a.m. just about. So I missed the Central Time Zone, but hey, good morning to the Central Time Zone and good morning to the Mountain Time Zone. Thank you all for joining us here on Up Way Too Early with Garage Gym Life. We've got 2 more guests scheduled. Got my guy Dennis Siss, who is backstage right now. He's going to be giving us, I always want to call, I keep wanting to say book report. It's not a book report. He's giving us his verdict on a portable AC unit that he has been testing in his garage gym there in California. And so we're going to find out if this is something you might need to kind of set some money aside so that you are all set up for next summer. Or heck, you can buy it now if you want to, if it turns out that it was worth the money. So we're going to be doing that next. Let's see here. Make sure I haven't missed any of the shout out to people who just joined us. Ashley, the amazing 332. What's up, homie? And Kurt Locker is here. He said he's grateful he made it to 20 years. Doesn't have to deal with the VA as much that way. And his rating is definitely going to be up there. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Anyway, I don't even want to go down. I don't even want to talk about that right now. All I know is, yeah, the VA. Yeah. All right, Dennis, are you ready? All right, Dennis said he is ready. So we're going to bring on our next guest. This is actually our 3rd guest of the day, but is we're still going to use the 2nd guest theme. Show your love. Welcome back, Dennis. Police, what's up, my man?
What's going on? Glad to be here. What's up?
What's up, dude? What's up? I got the new background. Look at you. You chilling.
Yeah.
All right, what we say when I was a kid, chilling like a villain with no remorse. There you go. You know. All right, man. What's going on with you, man?
I was just watching Ashton, and I put in an order last week, and I'm hoping it gets here pretty soon. I want your banner right here, right above.
Oh, I mean, I share that desire. We'll go ahead. I'll hit Ashton up to make sure it's on the way. Shout out to Garage Gym Radio. You just in time. We're about to get we're gonna talk about portable AC units.
Yes.
So let's just start from scratch, because you had it on last time you were on here. You had it running, right? And you just kind of mentioned it in passing because we were talking about something else. But I'll tell you, guess what? I never asked you, so I don't know. What brand is it?
Yeah, it's a Hess Air. So it's spelled HESSAIRE. And you could pick it up anywhere, like obviously Amazon, all those good stores. But
let's go because I'm gonna pull it up so everybody can see. So is it the portable swamp cooler? Which one is it?
Yeah, so it's the Hess Air MC18. That's the model.
I see it right there. $186. Oh, looks like. Is there I'm hearing an echo on coming from your end.
Oh.
Are you like listening to the show at the same time as your?
Let's turn that down.
Yeah, he's listening to himself. He's like, I want to hear what I sound like. Hi. That's hilarious. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share a screen. I just want to make sure that we could pull up the exact unit so people know what we're talking about. That way you don't have to like hold it up in the air. I know you're strong, but it's not necessary. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. And let's go ahead and give me a breakdown of this unit here. So first of all, the space, that's it right there on screen. So first of all, the space that it's got to cool, how big is it? How big is your garage?
So my garage is just over 500 square feet.
Okay.
That's just the space I use.
Okay. And temperature so what's your average temperatures just outdoors been this past?
For the summer, it's been like 101. That's the average.
We're against that. Oh, that's not of God. Okay.
Yeah, man. And it is brutal.
Average. That means it gets hotter than that.
Exactly.
That's ridiculous.
Like 112, 111 for the past like 2 months consistently. It's been brutal.
So you shopping for homes somewhere else right now? In a different state? Anywhere? Basically anywhere else?
Yeah. It's been brutal.
You're looking at a map and say, okay, what's not here? Let's start with that. Oh my God, 112 degrees that's brutal. All right, so you got the Hess Air how tough was it to set up? Were there any wrinkles that show a couple of things here?
Yeah, I love that question.
Does it have a hose?
What's that?
It doesn't have a hose or anything like that. It doesn't look like.
No hose.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's one of the features I really like. But it has the capability to have a hose. You can hook up your garden hose to it.
So the reason I say that is because it's so the ones we have two. The ones we have have a hose on the back that basically pull air in from outside, and then they cool that air. Mm-hmm. So the one that you have, it basically is there some? I can't really tell. Is there like there's the back? Okay. So if you look at the back of it, is it just pulling in just the air from around your area? Like, how does this thing work?
Exactly. It's pulling in the air from around itself. So in the garage is where I used it. I thought it was pretty neat because it was cooling the air that was around it, but it had cooled the air. Like if you're talking about like CFMs and kind of like air processes, like it's cooling the air around itself, and that air has been cooled by this machine. Otherwise, you're pulling in air from outside. You're consistently having to have your motor and the whole process cool the air from the outside versus, air that's already been chilled a little bit, which is
so it's cooling the air that's immediately around it, and I guess that kind of just spreads out more and more as it keeps on going.
Yes,
is that the idea? Okay, and that's good for 500 square feet, which is what you have.
Yeah.
All right, so the thing that gets me right away is it says that it increases humidity in dry climates. Well, where I live is definitely not dry. It's very, very humid. So would you say that this will work in my set, like where I am as well? Or is it only good if it's like a hot, dry area?
It's only good for a really hot, dry area. Like I live in California and it's arid. It's really, really dry.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really, really hot.
Yes, I can verify that. Yeah. Brought to you by the place that has the Mojave Desert. All right. So yeah, Joey said this looks like that one only works if your humidity is low. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
All right, well, so go ahead and give me your report on it, man. This is easy to set up because it looks like you just plug it in. So that's good right there. How long did it take for you to notice a difference?
It was immediate. I guess it was immediate for me because I was sweating when I was, trying to set it up.
This sucks. Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Brother, I was like, man, I was sweating. Like this shirt would have been drenched already.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 112 degrees is no joke. Okay. So you set it up. You notice a difference. Is it one of those, what effect did it have on your light bill?
Oh, yeah. Not much. I didn't notice much from the light bill because, we're always running the AC, but it was maybe marginal, just maybe a few bucks here and there. I didn't see the difference.
Well, you're only running it if you're actually in the garage lifting, right? So it's not like it's on all day.
Right. And, like during the summer, I was doing some projects. I had built for one of my clients, I built a MMA floor for them. So I was in the garage working. And so, after I was doing my project, I would go lift. And it was just fine. It was pretty cool. I liked it.
All right. Now, you already mentioned that. So this reservoir capacity thing, we're going to talk about that in a second. But you mentioned when you had it actually running that it was very loud.
Yeah.
Is it the fan that's loud? Basically, like what's causing the noise?
Exactly. It's the fan that's super loud. And yeah, if you're trying to conduct an interview like we're doing right now, I wouldn't recommend it. It's a garage.
Thank you for your
thing.
Okay. So we got the video pulled up right here and watching how this thing supposedly, how closely does how it works actually match what they're telling you on the video? Because that's one of the things is like the most common thing is like when you watch like a burger commercial, then you go to the restaurant and actually order the burger and it looks nothing like what you just saw in the commercial. So how closely that fan look okay? That looks like it would be loud. So how closely did it meet your expectations for what they were telling you were going to get? Oh, it says it works in high humidity areas. I don't understand how that. Okay, first of all, why are you pouring water in it? Let's start there. Because he pours water in and then plugs it in. This immediately red flags. Did you just pour water in that and then plug it in? Well, tell me, why is he? What's the point of pouring the water in there?
Yeah, so I would say pouring the water in is a good way to have this machine inside. So if you're inside,
yeah, but what does the water do? Is what I'm asking you. Like, what does that do?
Oh yeah, so the water is then so there's a reservoir. The water has a pump.
Uh-huh.
Machine has a pump, picks up the water, and then it picks it up, and across the top of the filter, it's like a paper filter.
Okay.
Across there, the water drips and then hits the filter. The filter then gets wet,
Okay.
and then the moisture from the filter is then passed through the fan, and it's cooling the air around it. So that's how the evaporator part works.
Okay.
I liked it. I mean, going back to your question, like, how was it? How did it work in reality? And to be honest, you had to be right in front of the fan and the machine before you could really feel anything. It didn't cool the space.
Okay.
Yeah, you had to be directly in front of it, and so that's how I got the most out of this machine. But
so you could. Well, the good thing is, okay, so it's portable. It's on wheels, so you could pretty much, let's say, set it up like directly in front of your squat rack.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Like I'm thinking, okay, set it up directly in front of the treadmill, directly. But if it's not the sort of thing where you can just kind of be in that area, like Kurt said, it's a little swamp cooler.
Yeah, it's a little swamp cooler, and you'd have to be directly in front of it because, brother, it was still hot as
it's 112 degrees. Look, that's a sign for you to move. I keep saying, look, we've got a house like literally down the street. Okay, I'm telling you, I'll give you got my address? You want my address? I'll tell you. You can come right down the street. They got jobs everywhere. You own your own company. Oh yeah, I promise you. You and Travis can work together. Oh man, that'll be perfect.
I got a new job. I work for Amazon.
You're in business. You what?
I got a new job for Amazon as a robotics technician.
They got a location here.
Awesome.
I mean, look, man, I'm telling you. So that's the new movement. Get Dennis to Georgia. Get Dennis to Georgia. Now it's still hot here, but it's not stupid hot like 112 degrees. That's unreasonable. Okay, that's unreasonable. You will have to buy winter clothes because we do have that, but it's not stupid cold either. Okay. I'm telling you, you want to think about this. Just keep it in mind, all right? Just keep it in mind.
I'm totally for it. Just got to convince my wife.
No, I'm going to convince you, and then look. I believe in you. You already convinced her to change her last name. That's step one, okay? All right.
She's giving me the honor.
If you can do that, you can get her to move, man. I'm telling you. So what would you say? Let me go ahead and get rid of this, whatever, right here. All right. What would you say would be some negatives? We already talked about the noise, and you said that it only works if it's directly in front of you. What would you say? Is there anything else? Oh, and also, while you guys are watching, if you guys have any other questions for Dennis about either this or just about home gym setup in general, go ahead and throw them in the comment section. And we'll go ahead and I'll make sure that we address them as we go along. I should have said that at the beginning, but I didn't. Sorry. But going back to this specific unit, aside from the noise and the fact that it doesn't cool, right in front of you, do you have anything about it that would make you say, I'd go a different way?
Yeah, definitely. I would go a different way because of the changing out the filter. The filter collects calcium. The calcium, it can produce like an odor. And so there's a strong odor after a while of use. And so that would be an indicator for you to change the filter. Like, hey, it's time to change the filter. And it's basically that paper medium there. That's the filter.
So the odor because like the paper gets damp? And it's like basically mold, because that doesn't sound cool at all. Now you're getting mold in your AC unit. I mean, that's the whole point of like changing out your filters in the normal AC unit, like to get like the allergens and stuff like that out. I don't like that.
Exactly. You're ingesting and you're breathing in that. You're not ingesting, but you're breathing in that mold spores.
Yeah, don't lick the paper on the back.
It could be dangerous for you.
Yeah. Ingesting. I'm like, Dennis, don't lick the paper on the back.
Don't ingest it.
Dennis, I don't want to see you licking the back of your AC filter, okay? It's not, we're not at that point. It's not that bad, okay? When you get to the point in life where you're licking the filter on your AC, that's a time for intervention. You need to move to Georgia. We don't lick
like crackers. It's tasty and crunchy.
No, we don't lick AC filters in Georgia. Come on over here. That's that weird stuff y'all do in California where it's 112 degrees, so you can't think straight. All right, cool. Well, what else? And you said this, so that's like $186 plus, whatever, for whatever your situation is for if you get it on Amazon. Because I have like Prime, so it just depends on what you have going on Amazon. What else do you have going on?
Yeah, so I mentioned that this past month, one of my clients, I built him an ADU. So there was like a second floor that he had built, and it was an ADU. Yeah. And his
additional dwelling unit. So basically, an extra building on the property that you can live in. For those who don't know what that is.
Yeah, and so on the top floor, he had wanted to build a gym.
Okay.
And so what we did is we put in a dumbbell rack. We put in a Vander Fitness.
Was it like 2-story? You said top floor, so it's
it was
two
the top
levels.
floor.
Okay.
And then
2 stories, not like 3 or something. You didn't build a high rise, so it's just 2 stories. Okay.
2 stories.
Okay.
And then on the top floor is where we put the gym. So we put the flooring in. Well, I put the flooring in. I put the dumbbell rack in. I put the dumbbells in. And I had my buddy Roy from Vander Fitness. He sold him the rack, and it was my job to put the rack in.
Slow down. Hold on a second now. You can't just say Vander Fitness and sold him the rack. We're gonna go to Vander Fitness. You know how this works. Vander Fitness. No, not the Vanderpump Rules. Vander Fitness. And we're going to go to Vander USA. All right. And I want you to tell me which rack you got.
Let's see.
So was it the F16, whatever that is?
Can you share your screen?
I'm going to share the screen and you just tell me which rack it is he
I
got.
think it was the M something.
All right. So all models. M4. Good. That?
Yeah, that was that one.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Autobots roll out. Good God. Are y'all seeing this thing? Are y'all seeing this?
Yeah, like the M14.
Good God. Let's start with what's not on there.
Okay.
So break this down, because you're telling me you put that together.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it was
in 112-degree heat.
In the heat. And it was a brand new building, so Edison had not put power to the building yet. Oh my God!
Wait! There was no power to the building.
Nope.
So you didn't even have that little swamp cooler with you.
Nope.
Or did you have a generator?
Nope.
Dennis, your legend is growing. What?
I love my clients. That's it.
They hate you. Okay. Oh my God. What in the world, Dennis?
Oh man!
So Jay said, he said he remembers freezing milk gallon jugs of water and then put them in front of a fan.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's the same concept.
Yeah. I mean, I guess when you live in California, you got all these little tricks. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. It was the guys from Pendleton when we got to Iraq. The guys from Pendleton were the ones that told us that if you take a water bottle and you put it in a sock and wet the sock and you drive down the road, it will cool off the water in the bottle.
Yeah.
It literally, and he's like, oh yeah, we know that. Everybody in California knows that. Because it's stupid hot there, man. This is golly. Okay. All right. So now let's go back to this this thing, this Autobot that you just put together. He said we do that in the range all the time. Yeah, I mean that's one of. Yeah, I can see that. All right, so let's look at this. All right, I had to find my tab. All right, so you put this thing together. Let's go through it. How long did it take for you to build this thing?
That one took me about 6 hours. About 6 hours.
All in one day.
All in one day.
So it's got 300-pound weight stacks on both sides.
Yes.
This is a 1-to-1. How is it both a 1-to-1 and a 2-to-1 pulley ratio?
There's different setups here. Let's see. Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, so I need to ask your opinion on this one. So one of my other clients, he's looking for a Nordic curl type of situation.
Okay.
So this one is just kind of like a bench for like lat pull downs and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have another client who has the Marcy SM 43 or 4033. And he's looking for a Nordic track attachment. So if you can give me some ideas for like a Nordic track or hamstring exercise things, like an attachment, that'd be cool.
I can tell you that right now. What size holes? What hole spacing is it? Well, actually, let me just say. So, boom, there you go. Exponent edge.
Okay, yeah. Let me take a look there.
Man, I mean, that was easy. Jay from Exponent Edge was on. I don't remember which episode it was, but he was on. Remember a while back, and they still have him. And in fact, you can see right there, it's yet another business that uses ShopPay. So if you've been buying from online, you may actually have like ShopPay credits and not even realize it. The junk expires too, by the way. So I recommend y'all check if you've been buying stuff online. But yeah, you can then apply those credits to whatever you're buying with another business that uses ShopPay. But so he has it in options for 2x2 racks with a 5/8 pin. And then there's also the 3x3 option. And if it's 3x3, then it's either 5/8 or 1-inch rack pin. Okay. So, and then you can go 3x3, and then he's got plastic inserts in case you've got a 2x3 rack. So I don't remember what size the posts are on the Marcy deal you were talking about. But I would recommend starting there at Exponent Edge with that one. And I can, if anybody, well, I'll just do this. I don't have any affiliate codes for you guys, but I put this right here. So I just put the link in the chat for anybody who's watching, if anybody else is interested. And if you decide not to go that route, you can let him know that they also, I'll show you this now, they also have a, of course now it's going to be, I can't find the thing. They also, there it is. Of course, it's the very last one.
Oh,
wall mounted as well.
That's cool.
So, yeah, so you can put it on the wall. Now if it's on the wall, you're going to need something under your knees unless you hate yourself. But at least, I mean, it doesn't have to be elaborate. You can put like a yoga mat or something down just to cushion. Because if you use just horse stall mats are abrasive.
Oh yeah.
So if you just kneel on that, unless you just got hard knees, you're gonna scrape your knees up. All right. But you can roll like a yoga mat underneath there, and you're just fine. And then it's obviously not going to be an issue if you are on if you're using the rack mounted version. But that's my suggestion right there.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely suggest that to my client.
Yeah. So it's just exponentedge.com. And like I said, I've got the link in the live chat. And if anybody's watching on replay, I'll go ahead and I'll add the link to the video description. So anybody who's watching on replay wants to check it out can go there as well. But yeah, that's it. Now, let's go back to this thing that you no, I ain't for letting this go. That's a lot. So Joey said it's like the Prime Prodigy HLP, so the lat pull down is 1-to-1. Well, I was just saying, like, is it basically a difference in the different pulleys? But you're saying it's because of it depends on the setup that the configuration. Okay.
And then I was just at his warehouse. I'm not sure if the model has the pull up where the handles move. They can move. They can actually move, and then they're reciprocating here.
So
I'm
the
not
pull
sure
up
if that's
handles
the
move.
one.
You talking about up there? The
Yeah.
handles right there?
So that one
Oh
has
yeah,
the
that does look
pin.
like it moves. Hang on, let's click on this gadget here. Oh yeah, I see it.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
handles
there you go.
rotate.
That's the one.
Oh wow, that's a lot. There's more going on than I even anticipated when I first saw it. It was astonished at everything that's going on. Okay,
Yeah, my buddy Roy, he put a lot of thought into this one, and
this has like everything on there. The okay, it's a 300-pound. I think he said 300-pound weight stack.
yes.
Yeah. So dual 300-pound weight stacks, one on each side. And then so the rack comes with a weight set. Did your buddy order it with the weight set?
Yes.
Yeah. So it says it comes with a 385-pound competition weight set and a bench. Let's take it. So this is the bench there. What's the pad surface on that bench like? Is it slick or is it grippy?
It's grippy.
Nice. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Yeah.
Give you guys.
This
This
is
is the back of
definitely
the
a
unit.
difference there.
Okay. Back of the what is this? It looks like it's part. Is this the bench?
Let me see.
Standing up or something like this? You see what I'm talking about? This thing right here where the arrow's going. This thing here in the back. What's this crossbar in the back?
Oh, I think that's just for storage, if I remember correctly.
I can't see because see if you're looking in the front, you can't see and you don't see it. So I'm like, well, what is that in the back? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's for storage.
Okay, so storage, like just like okay, so this is the what you call it, the little seat, lap pull down seat.
That lap pull down seat design was pretty neat. It was like
And
when I
these are the
pulled it out
same
of the box,
things,
I was
okay.
taking it out apart. I was just like, whoa, this is so
Oh
cool.
wow, this is the dip hand. This is the dip station.
Yep.
So everything stores back there. I got you. Okay. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And this thing, well, I mean, it's almost $7,000, so
Yeah.
I can see that discounted down from almost $9,000. If I were to buy it here, you save $2,000. Okay. What is lower pulleys are adjustable from top to bottom. 11 gauge. That's where I was gonna go. So this is 11 gauge steel, 3x3 rack. I can see the footprint dimensions, but does it basically like fit in a corner?
Yeah, you can fit it in a corner. It's pretty
It's like
compact.
49 by 49, 92 inches tall. I like that it's nice and tall. I can't stand those little short racks, man. I'm
Yeah,
not
those
even the
82-inch
tallest guy.
racks.
Like, geez, 82 inches just gives you the blues.
Your feet are dangling. Your feet are like touching the floor and doing stuff.
Well, I keep hitting like I said, I'm not the tallest guy, but I hit my head on stuff because they've got like the little name plates and always on. And I like like 2, maybe 3 racks ago, I hit my head on the rack multiple times. Every time I went like this way or that way, like bam, bam, bam. I was like, I felt like Tim Stewart probably feels every day, just hitting his head on stuff. All right. 2, and it comes with 2 J hooks, 2 spotter arms, all that stuff is included. All right. And it's rated to 1,000 pounds. Okay. What do you so you spent basically an entire day putting this thing together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he says that, yeah, that's welcome to my world. That's what I do. The weight stack. All right. Did you have any issues when you were putting it together? Anything that was like, you're like,
Yeah, it's definitely not novice friendly or beginner friendly builder. I wouldn't recommend anybody who's just, I bought this. It's my first time putting it together. I'm just gonna do it myself. I wouldn't recommend doing that. You need somebody else. I didn't have anybody else with me, but I have tricks and everything up my sleeve to kind of get the thing done. So, especially like near the top.
okay, hold up. Near the top.
Yeah, where you're putting together the cross members and you have to put them together at the same time. Otherwise, they're falling apart on you. I use zip ties to get the job done. And I have like this the horse stall kind of set up where it helps me. I can lean things up.
Oh,
I
okay.
can lean the frame against the horseshoe, not the horseshoe,
What are you talking about?
the horse.
Sawhorses. Yeah.
And
Okay.
those are some of the things I do to kind of like get myself in position to bolt things down together, tighten them up.
Nice, nice. What would you say? I mean, nothing's perfect. So what would you say would be like a drawback to that unit? Is there anything like if somebody was saying, should I buy this compared to, well, we'll use rep because I've been talking about rep. For like the last 3 days, every time I talk to somebody about home gym stuff, rep fitness has come up. So they're just on my mind. So if I were to compare this to something from rep fitness, like let's say the Athena or whatever, what would be what's the deciding factor for you with going with this versus going with something from rep fitness? Or
So
rope,
something
whatever.
from Rep Fitness, I would say, is like the finishes are a lot cleaner. I like the finishes
With
on
rep?
Fitness. What's that?
You said rep fitness has cleaner finishes?
Yeah, like
Okay.
the feel, the texture, and when you're like moving your hand across like a frame, the finishes are a lot better.
Okay.
They're a lot smoother and they're a little bit more professionally. They're like it's just a professional type of finish, and that's what I really enjoy from like an aesthetic kind of perspective. And
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
And so from Vander Fitness, like the stamp outs or the cutouts from like the boring, like the holes here, they're a little bit rough. And so like if you have kids, they could, put their finger in, kind of like mash up their finger a little bit.
Okay.
Other than that, it's a good machine. I enjoy it. It's I really enjoy the pull-up section. That's something I've never even
I've never seen that.
consider doing.
Like, I mean, I've seen like rotating handles for pull-ups, multiple like different variations of that, but I've never seen it integrated actually into the machine, into a rack before. I mean, other people may have. I personally have not seen it, but I think it's a good idea. I mean, it's essentially like the reason why people like doing pull-ups on like gymnastics rings because it'll rotate with you.
Yeah.
So it follows like your strength curve, but it also makes it more challenging. I've never seen that that on something integrated into machine. I kind of like it. Now the question I was going to ask you is, so this is like 49 across, right? But I can't tell if that's inside diameter or outside diameter. Is this so? How? The reason I'm asking is because I'm looking at the foot plate. How much room do they have in that foot plate if they were to have to kill a bug? How much room do they have in that foot plate? Like, let me back up. So I had a rack where I didn't even realize that I was unconsciously adjusting to get away from the foot plate when I was squatting. Because you obviously can't squat inside that rack. You're going to have to squat in front of it, right? And you're going to bench in front of it. So if you're squatting in front of it, that foot plate looks like the sort of thing that, is like positioned perfectly to hit your ankle bone on. So how much room is it? Like if you're standing in it, does it feel tight or does it feel like you got plenty of room?
It feels tight for sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's another drawback to me then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's not much space in there. And I would feel a little claustrophobic just to kind of like if I was working out in there, and just the ankle concern for sure.
Yeah, that was one of the things that immediately stood out to me. So like on one side you've got the let's see if I can pull. I'm trying to get like a better. This is probably the best view I can have. Okay, so the thing is the bench is in the way. So on one side you've got the feet that kind of extend, you know what I mean? Like So on this side, you go on. So on one side, you've got the foot plate for you doing low pulley rows. On the other side, there's no foot plate, but you still have the stabilizer feet there, right? So you're kind of in between these two things that you can hit your foot on, and you kind of don't have anywhere to go. But I would still probably cheat over to my left a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if I'm not thinking about it, because I'm conscious of not hitting my leg on my ankle on that low pulley row plate. That's the first thing that jumps out to me as a negative. Well, all right. What else you got going on?
Yeah. So for that same client, he is a tattoo artist, but you know what he does, he likes to roll. He's been rolling for years and years, and so I built him an MMA floor, and that was a pretty cool, interesting project. I've never done one before. He had trusted me to do my homework and get all the parts together and put it together. It was really awesome. It took me I did it myself, and it took me about 5 days.
What brand of mats did you use?
So we used the
Hayabusa, or what did you use?
No, it was some other off-name kind of brand. It wasn't like a major brand name, but we got the parts off of Amazon.
Okay.
But he sourced
it was
the
like puzzle mats, right? It was like actual mats to roll on.
Yeah, it was actual mats to roll on. They were legit MMA mats, and he sourced those from Amazon.
Okay.
Everything else, like the wood, the OSB board, I sourced all that from Home Depot and stuff.
Sure. The thing about, like, people always think, so like MMA mats are not like wrestling mats, which are really spongy and like it's dang near, it feels like almost like foam. You step on it and you like dig in, like you sink into it, right? MMA mats tend to have a little bit of I don't know how to say it, like
a density, like a difference density. It's like,
so like we would say from a fighter perspective, like it's liver, like it's more live, right? Because your feet don't feel like you're stuck, which is like the thing. Like it's one of the complaints that people had about this is like sort of a tangent, but it's one of the complaints that people had about the UFC in the early days. So like, of course it favors grapplers because the floor surface was such that it stole your punching power, it stole your striking power, and it stole your a little bit of your mobility. So it was harder to get out of the way if somebody did a shot on you, and it was a little bit too springy. So when you went to strike, it sucked away your ability to transfer, to do force transfer from your legs into your hands and feet, right? Yeah. All right. Now, I mean, hey, nobody cares, cry, right? They're like, deal with it. But I mean, now it's a little bit more even, I think, because when we were training and I would go in like the cages that we had that, obviously mimicked what you're going to face in a fight, it wasn't as big a deal. But I mean, I've been on like surfaces where like you get on it. And so I don't know if everybody's ever had a chance to like get into a professional wrestling ring. I've done it. And then compare that to like a boxing ring, which I've also been in, and the professional wrestling ring exhausts you.
Yeah.
Like you get in it. So like one of the things they do when you become a professional wrestler is they train you to like run the ropes. It's because you have to build up your stamina to be able to just do that. Because it's got to be bouncy because they're throwing you all the time. They don't want to like injure you because you got to do it again the next night. Right. But that steals your stamina. Well, if you have to fight in it, like my first fight was actually in a professional wrestling ring that they repurposed, and that was an experience. But so because of that, I've got like all this flooring experience, like in terms of like different types of surfaces. And I know that if you're gonna try to put something in place for like an MMA studio, like you're talking about, you want something that's got a little bit of spring underneath because people are going to be doing throws, but you don't want to make it so springy that the fighters don't feel like the fighters hate it when they're trying to do any strikes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you said you use like OSB. I've heard of people using like I guess maple wood or whatever, and people would say like, why would you put a hardwood floor down for something you're gonna get thrown on? But it's the same idea as like a basketball court. Like basketball courts the idea is to kind of save your knees a little bit so they kind of flex with you.
Exactly.
So where did you get did you just like go to Home Depot or whatever and just get wood, or how did you get the research? Because as you said, this is your first time doing it. How did you research the flooring for it?
Just like everything else in my life, YouTube. I did a lot of research on YouTube. I actually went to a couple of gyms here in Southern California. I went to Gracie, I forgot what it's called, but in like
Baja? Was it
in
Gracie Baja?
Fullerton. In Fullerton, I went there and I asked like, hey, can I take a look at your floor? I have a client who's going to be, who wants something in their house. And they were so cool. They were just, like, yeah, take a look. And by the end, do you want a membership?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But it was a really cool experience. I got to, talk to different people in the space, and then take that knowledge back and, give my client the best product that I could give them.
Right.
And so I sourced the OSB from Home Depot, also the frame, which is like 20 foot by 2 by 4 ply or studs, just pieces of wood. I got those, and then I used pool noodles for the springs. Exactly. Yeah. I love your eyebrows. You're like The Rock over here. Your eyebrows are like. And that's like, the same look my client gave me when I opened up my van, and he's like, so he was concerned. He was like, so what are you gonna think? What are you gonna do? And I told him, like, this is it. This is how we're gonna do it. He was skeptical at first. He was like, I don't know, Dennis. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm giving you a chance, but this is my life. Like, I want to be safe. And I said, trust me. Let's just give me a chance. Give me an opportunity to do it. He said, okay.
So on the one hand, a pool noodle is I'm thinking of the material a pool noodle is made out of. But when you said a pool noodle, it's kind of like when you're like in the movies where like everybody's talking and then somebody says something and the music just stops and everybody stops and looks at them. Sir, what? Okay. Okay. Hey, look, this is your area. I said I've experienced in using these different floors and feeling what the different textures of the floors feel like. I've never built I didn't even build my own deadlift platform. I was like, nah, I'm not. But I am curious though. You've built a deadlift platform before, right?
Yeah.
Right. So compare that experience to building this. Like what were you able to take from building the deadlift platform to this experience?
Yeah, so the deadlift platform, I used like an X pattern on the underside.
Okay.
And I used, I went to one of my buddies who I was working with at the time. I used a steel to kind of create like a band of cross. And that was a completely different, and it was encased in steel. And that was a really cool and a unique experience. But this, but the MMA floor, I really enjoyed it because it was mentally exhausting, and I was in the sun. Of course, the sun's beating down on you, and all of that experience just adds to the memories like that I created with myself, the confidence within I have myself now. Like, brother, like I can't even tell you how confident I am walking around, knowing that I could do different things, and it was just a really cool and unique experience.
For me, Joey, by the way, Joey said that the GetRx version of the machine, that the Vander machine makes the foot plate removable. So I've actually pulled up. Well, heck, I'll share the screen with you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is a Smith machine, though. Joey, if you use the name of it, you could put in the chat the name of the GetRx version of this. I'm actually on the GetRx website right now, looking it up just to see what it looks like. Just out of pretty much curiosity. So they've got I'm assuming it's one of the RX3 that they have. Oh my God, look at this thing. Let's not do that. Screw up my algorithm. I'm not doing any of that. I just want to do this. There we go. All right.
Yes. Oh, nice.
So you can get, I guess you have options to just Okay, I would assume it's something like that's a foot plate, so you can probably take the foot plate off. That's yet another dang erector set with all kinds of. I mean, this is like everything. This
I like
reminds
that
me
storage
kind
in
of
the
like
middle. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of like how Bells of Steel does like the Batwing option on either side, and then Surplus Strength has something like this too. In fact, they were the first ones I saw that had like all this stuff. Surplus Strength, I mean, were the first ones I saw that had all that stuff extending out to the side so they could do the storage. They were the first ones I saw with a storage shelf with the options for storage shelving when I went out to their place in Nashville. But aside from this being out of stock, it's also about $3,000, $2-3 cheaper than the Vander version, but I don't know what it looks like in person. That's interesting. All right. Kurt made weight. Yeah. Said he made weight by 4 pounds, so he's gonna slam down some UXO greens supplement company. So there's UXO greens with some OJ and Greek yogurt, and then get some God's chicken. Okay, nice.
Awesome.
Man, I'm telling you that sometimes I don't know when I'm assuming the competition is tomorrow, which is the cool thing about 24-hour weigh-ins, because you starve yourself, you're dying, dehydrated, you eat, but then you've got all night to rehydrate. The IPF competitions are 2-hour weigh-ins, so you have to make weight, and then 2 hours later you start lifting.
I'm sorry, I'm behind on the Kurt. What's Kurt participating in? What is he doing?
He's doing a strongman competition, and he was so this morning when I was interviewing Connor right before we brought up making weight, and Kurt said, "Yeah, I'm in the middle of a weight cut right now." So he's in a food fast and water fast. So he's getting dehydrated and everything else so he can make weight. But he just made weight. He was actually. When he was getting in the car when the show started, getting ready to drive over. So he drove over and he just made weight.
Okay, good, man. That's awesome.
So 6
That
minutes.
takes a lot of guts and determination.
It sucks.
Congratulations.
It absolutely making weight sucks. I've had to make weight for 2 different sports, and both of them sucked. Because what happens is, I mentioned this earlier, is as soon as you start you got to make weight. Especially that last part where you can't have anything, that's when people are gonna like bust out all this other stuff in front of you. That's when the people they make the homemade this or that, or they'll say, "Hey, I made this for you to have after you make weight." Well, yeah, well, tell me about it after I make weight. Don't tell me about it now, so I can just think about it the whole time. Like I'm smelling it, you're cooking it, I'm smelling it in the house all through the house. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Jeez, I remember I was making weight. Story time with Grandpa. I was living in Chattanooga at the time, so I was fighting in Memphis. So that was still a pretty big hike, like 3 hours, 4-hour drive, right? So we're driving up. So remember, I'm the one fighting. So you would think I'm the one that's important, right? But they're driving, so they said, well, we got to keep our strength up to drive. They, no kidding, stopped at Cracker Barrel.
No.
They stopped at Cracker Barrel, and I was like, I'll just wait in the car. Nah, man, come on inside with us. You can have some soup. You know very well
chicken broth.
I can't have anything. All right. I can't have anything. So I literally had to sit there watching them eat. Like just sitting there while the waitress, and then I wanted to dang chop the server in the neck. She kept on coming over and saying, "You sure I can't get you anything? Go away. Pretend I'm not here. I'm invisible. Go away." That was several years ago, and I'm over it now, as you can tell.
What's your favorite side dish?
Well, me?
Yeah.
I mean,
the mac and cheese.
I'm not a big fan of macaroni and cheese. I mean, I'll eat it, but it's not. I could take it or leave it.
I like the green.
Believe it or not, I actually like broccoli.
Yeah.
A little nerdy, but I actually like you put some salt on it or you put some cheese on it. I actually like broccoli.
Yeah.
Because okay, so culturally for me, rice is not a side dish. Rice is part of a main dish. That's like when somebody says, "Oh, well, rice," that's not gonna be. That's like the main meal. That's part of the main meal. All right, so let's see. So anyway, so now we've talked about Kurt making weight. All right, dude. What do you have going on with your channel? That's what I want to know as we start to wrap this up. You've got your channel. You were doing like tips. You were doing, and I know I owe you an assembly video, by the way. I haven't forgotten. Just stuff keeps happening, and I work on it a little bit at a time because I want to give you back a good finished product. But you've got some assembly how-to videos on there, and you did a little bit of Q&A. What are you trying to do with your channel, your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'm still gonna be doing like right now. Today I have a job. I have 2 jobs today. I'll be doing what am I doing?
I don't know.
Belt installation.
Moving. That's what you're doing. You're moving to another state. That's what you're doing. You said you just want a treadmill?
Yeah, I'm doing a treadmill belt installation and the motor belt. So the treadmill has 2 belts, motor belt, and then the walking belt.
Okay.
And then I'll be doing
So you're replacing that?
Yeah. So that last week, client called me like, "Hey, this is going on. This is what I suggest." Parts came in, and I'm going to be doing that today.
And you told them when you get there, you're going to tell them to turn their treadmill with the slope so that this doesn't happen again.
Yes, exactly.
So that I pay attention when you talk.
And they have a Star Trek. So a Star Trek is kind of like a commercial treadmill.
Yeah, Ashton was talking about that.
Man, they're so. I mean, I love them. They're really good. The equipment on there is pretty good.
I did not arrange this. All right, I didn't set this up ahead of time. Did you even know that Ashton was talking about Star Treks?
No.
When the segment before yours,
no.
He literally was talking about Star Trek treadmills and how much he likes them. And actually said that there's one thing that he wants them to change. I don't know what it is, but go check out Freedom Fitness Equipment on YouTube and you'll see his review of the Star Treks. But so the fact that you brought him up, that's like a commercial grade piece of equipment. So yeah. So you like them, huh?
Oh, I love them. I love them. They're easy to work on, and they're just the most robust piece of equipment that I've ever worked on. There's pre-cord type stuff, life fitness stuff, but this Star Trek I really enjoy. They're smart machines too. They have some features on there that kind of save you some money if you're like not on the machine will turn off. And so I thought that was pretty neat. And then later on today I'll be going to like this fancy area. It's called Pacific Palisades in California.
Huh.
And they for about 5 years ago, I installed what is it? It was a Pilates machine where it has like these resistance springs on there. And
like a reformer?
A reformer. Okay. So maybe like last month, the client moved without me. They moved. And so they're calling me back like, hey, the installer did something wrong. It doesn't feel right anymore. So I'll be going out there to diagnose what's going on out there later on.
Nice. That's actually really cool that, like you get to not only install stuff, but also repair it. So it kind of broadens your knowledge base, which is one reason why I thought that the Q&As for your channel would be a good idea. Because it's like, I mean, heck, I've called and asked you random stuff and you've been like, oh yeah, well, you just do like, I'm not actually surprised that you were able to put together Optimus Prime, that rack earlier by yourself. Because of the times I've called you and been like, oh, whatever. And you've been like, oh, yeah, all you gotta do is this. And I'm like, well, number one, why do you know that? But yeah, okay. That's cool. Joey says seasoned broccoli is underrated. 100%. We could actually have a whole food segment on here. Like, because I just told you, like making weight and stuff, you don't like if you're smart, you don't just go from eating like you normally do to all of a sudden starving yourself. Instead, you basically go on a diet. So you are cutting down slowly during your training. And so you're basically changing your physique, right? And then at the very end, you do like your water cut or whatever. So basically you're on a diet. So you want the food to taste good as possible. And that's actually when I started liking broccoli, because I started having even though, did you know that broccoli is an engineered food? I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was actually created by, believe it or not, the broccoli family. Like their name was actually broccoli. I kid you not. So anybody who doesn't believe me, you can Google it. Broccoli was a created vegetable by the broccoli family, and they started selling it. But
was it made for humans, or like were they just trying to feed their cows or
I
something?
don't remember why they made it, but it's not. It didn't. So 3,000 years ago, there was no broccoli on the planet. They had to create broccoli.
That is crazy.
Like in the 1900s. But he said, Joey says, I don't understand people that steam broccoli and then don't steam and don't season it. Yeah, those people are training to avenge their teacher's death. There's no reason to live like that. Absolutely not. Yeah, you steam it. Like, what? They're communists. Okay. That's all it is. They're communists from a communist country, and they're trying to. I'm against that. You steam your broccoli, you season it, and you enjoy and you live life.
Yeah, you could even season. You could season the water, like put some salt in there, like
hey, it tastes good.
Pepper. Yeah,
like good. you can legit. So now we're on food time, right? So you take like you ever do like the vegetable sampler things. So you put like celery and broccoli and maybe cauliflower. It's like a whole bunch of stuff. Chop it all up, throw it into a bowl, throw some ranch dressing on it, and just go to town, man. That's a good time. Rory, you obviously haven't done that because you said vegetables are overrated. I'm just telling you that's a highly underrated snack. All right. I'm just telling you right now. You don't have to believe me. Try it one time and you're welcome. Okay, you'll thank me later.
The snap of a bell pepper or like the snap of a cucumber. Oh gosh.
Yeah, you throw that on. Now the ranch makes it elite. I wouldn't eat all that stuff without the, whatever. If I'm like trying to lose weight or whatever, specifically for me, then it's just gonna be seasoning. There's gonna be no ranch because of the calories. But I'm just telling you. See, look, there we go. Mrs. Dash over broccoli.
Yes.
I'm telling you. Here it goes. I'm Mrs. telling Dash. You the love. Hey, Rory, come on now. Upgrade your life. Get that broccoli in there. Season some broccoli and upgrade your life, Rory. Come on now. You'll be deadlifting 805 in no time.
Ooh.
If you add some broccoli to your life. Well, he can already deadlift 800. So I'm like, I'll give you an extra 5 pounds with the broccoli.
Rory, I'm gonna follow you. You're like a big guy, right?
Oh, dude, you're not following. Okay, you need to definitely follow Rory Ellis Strongman on Instagram. And then follow Roarman Strength. Actually, you need to follow Roarman Strength anyway because those megalith handles are something that your clients may be interested in as you're doing your setups. So just go to Rory Ellis Music. Heck, I'll put it in the chat right here.
Oh, here he is.
You found him?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll
follow. All right, Rory, I just followed you.
Is Rory Ellis Music or something like that? Yeah, Rory Ellis Music. You get songs, you get access to there you go, you got a follower. You ain't even on the show and you got a follower. That's how we do things over here.
Who else should I follow?
Roarman Strength, RORMAN. That's Rory's company, and they make the megalith handles. Definitely.
Boom, just followed you.
There you go. You need to follow them and check out those megalith handles, man. Like I said, your clients you may have clients who'd be interested in checking them out.
Oh, sick. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're legit. All right, now let's bring it back around to the actual guest on the show, Rory. Where can people follow you if they want to keep up with what you got going on and see your builds and things like that?
Yeah, so the main channel is my Instagram, and what is my Instagram? Oh my god.
Home Fitness Works.
Yes, it is Home Fitness Works. And
that's why I'm here.
And then my YouTube is Home Gym Tech Support. So for there, a lot of guys, they bought something new off Facebook, or they bought something used, and you want to put it together. You don't know really how to start or where to start. You could follow my videos or just hit me up there. I'll be glad to help you out. Awesome.
Do you take questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I love answering questions. Anything for the home gym community, that's what I'm about. I love the home gym community. You guys are always supportive. You always have these crazy, cool ideas. And you're like, can I retrofit this Marcy to do this type of thing? And I'll sit down and I'll think about it, and we'll get back to you and create whatever you want.
So the best place to ask you questions is it Instagram or comments on YouTube?
Comments on YouTube. That's the best way to interact.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So subscribe to at Home Gym Tech Support on YouTube, and you'll be able to hit up my guy Dennis and find out everything that's going on with him. All right, man. Well, Dennis, dude, I appreciate you being here, coming and sharing all your knowledge and all that stuff with us. I appreciate you being following the show, supporting the show, everything else, man. And Rory said thank you for the follows and the support. So, man, you're my guy, man. I know you're gonna hang out in the chat. Well, I hope you'll hang out in the chat a little bit longer as you're on your way to go fix my man's treadmill.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Man. All right, man. I appreciate it. I'll let you go.
Awesome.
Get your
Thank
day
you.
started. Thanks for being here, man. Later.
Thank you.
All right. All right. That was my guy, Dennis Solis. All right. Now, our final guest of the day has not arrived yet. Let's see what's so I'm sending him a text right now. And basically, hey man, are you ready? Because we are waiting. And if Bobby, if something's come up with Bobby, then we will we'll just go ahead and we'll pivot and do something else, because I do have other stuff that we can discuss here. We can go right here. Oh, somebody just sent me it. Okay. All right. They're right there. All right, cool. Okay, so one of the things I mentioned last night, I was driving back from well, I didn't tell you where I was driving back. I was driving back from seeing my dad. So I was in Nashville, right? Driving back, and I got to do, which doesn't matter to y'all. You don't care about that. What is important is the fact that I was on the Garage Gym Radio podcast. And I'm not going to talk about everything that we talked about there, because I want you guys to watch it when it comes out. And in fact, when the episode does drop, I will put the link to that episode in the comments for this video, so you guys you don't have to go hunting for it to find it. But you could also show yourself some love and show Jake over at Garage Gym Radio some love, and just subscribe to Garage Gym Radio on YouTube, so that you will then and turn your notification bell on, so you'll just know when the episode comes out. But you get to see me driving down the road with my interior lights on or whatever. Anyway, the point is, what I want to know from you guys is if you guys have any thoughts about what's going on with Kabuki, like the changes that they've made, what's going on with Rep Fitness, because we talked about those things, and I'm just curious at like how much that stuff is on you guys' radar as far as what's going on with those two brands. Because Kabuki looked like it was going to be a big player in the home gym space, and now they've changed owners. Chris Duffin is no longer the owner. So it's like, as you know, we were talking about with Ashton a little bit earlier, it's like I don't know if I think they've got a pathway forward to survive and even thrive. But what do you guys think? I'd like to hear from you guys about what you think about that. And then also, Rep Fitness has apparently changed some of their affiliate stuff, and how you can, I guess basically you can call it their rewards program. So I want to know how that's affected you guys who are, especially the guys who like the Rep Fitness stands. I like Rep Fitness, so I'm not knocking them at all. I'm just, but I know that there are people who like love Rep Fitness. So I want to know if the things that are different about Rep Fitness that they're doing has in any way changed for you now that they've made the changes to their company. And while I'm waiting to hear from your response, I'm going to do something I forgot to do. Shout out to everybody on the West Coast who's joining the show. It is now 9 a.m. Eastern time, which means it is 6 a.m. on the West Coast. Appreciate you guys getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. This is the final hour of the show, and we've had a packed show today. We started out the day with Connor, the Tyking Reilly. You guys can subscribe to him on YouTube. You guys can Can I speak English? You guys can subscribe to him on YouTube at the Tyking, Tiking. You guys, and then after that, we had Ashton from Freedom Fitness, and we did a home gym build. It's really cool. So you guys can, if you're watching, go ahead and rewind and check that out. We basically did a build. We came in at just under 2,500, and then before shipping. And then we were just talking to Dennis Siss, who gave us a couple different things. Number one, he gave us a report on a portable AC unit that he has. And then also we were talking about a build that was actually pretty phenomenal from a company called Vander Fitness Equipment that so if you're not familiar with Vander Fitness, you're going to want to rewind and check out that Dennis's segment of the show. Now we've got my guy, Bobby Allen. Bobby's a big dude, okay? We have just enough space on camera for one of his traps. So he's going to have to pivot periodically just so you can duck a little bit so you can see his face. You ain't going to see everything. I'm just telling you right now, you ain't going to see everything all at once. All right. Kurt says, I think Kabuki will be fine. And then Jared says, no rep, no bother for me. I have some points I'll use for one more purchase by the end of the year. And if I need something from rep after that, then I'll just buy like normal. Okay. He said, I guess the points were nice while they lasted. Yeah, that is pretty much what I was thinking. Oh, one more thing before I bring Bobby on. So you guys know I've got my Iron Bull Strength rack. I believe I'm the first content creator to have an Iron Bull Strength rack. It's downstairs in my garage right now. And I'm in the process of doing the review right now. I've done 2 workouts on it, got another one planned for today. And what I want to know from you guys is, what do you want to know about that rack? So if you're watching this on replay, throw it in the comments. If you're watching it live, go ahead and put it in the live chat. What do you want me to specifically check out with the Iron Bull Strength PR2 rack? And those are going to be things that I'm going to make sure that I cover when I do the review. The review itself is going to be coming out in about 3 weeks. Okay, so go ahead and start dropping that there, because I don't want to just do a review. I want to provide the information that you want to know. Okay, all right, Bobby, you ready? Bobby, you ready? Yes, you're Bobby. You ready? He's like, who, me? Yeah. All right, cool. My man, Bobby. Hold on a sec. Let me bring you in the right way. Hold on. Here we go. Prepare yourself. Welcome to my show. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, not much, man. Look at you. I told y'all this dude's big, right? And what y'all don't know is he's laying down. All right, he ain't even sitting down. He's laying down. This dude is ginormous. All right. Now, okay. Doing, so brother? I was saying earlier, I said 6'6". You're 6'6", right?
Man, you know what? You give me those college inflated numbers. I'm 6'4". 6'4".
Oh, I'm just 6'4". Okay.
But as you get older, you shrinking. So I'm probably like, 6 and 3/4 and 6.5.
You stood next to my son who is 6'6", and y'all were the same height. And
my son is he's only 6'2".
No, you stood next to my son who is 6'6".
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And y'all were the same height. And he had an afro back then.
That was that was his hair.
But the top of your head, where the point was even with unless it was camera angles. I'm telling you,
I might have had some platform shoes on, brother. That's all I'm saying.
The thick sole J's. Had on the thick sole J's. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Had some
all the tricks, man.
You know what I mean?
That's amazing. Okay, let's just go this way. When regular people walk down the middle of a hallway, they just walk down the hallway. When you walk down the middle of a hallway, do you have to watch out for the exit sign?
No, I do not. But I do have to kind of watch out for the doorway.
Okay, there we go. I'm about to say integrity, Bobby. You know you gigantic. When's the last time you were small? You don't even remember. You came. You were born full grown. Come on, man.
Man, look, you know what? I was slim. And it's just over time. Okay. We have grown this. Now, my son, on the other hand, he took it all. He didn't quite take the height. He's at 6'2", but he's like damn near 300 pounds now.
Well, he's got like your wife's genetics too. Elisa is not super tall.
No,
she's probably normal height. And she's
like
short next to you.
Normal height for a woman, but you know, he's got all the freaky genetics of size though. So and he's like country boy big. You know what I'm saying?
That's
just
a big
thick
dude.
and robust.
I'm gonna show you I want to show everybody because I want people to understand what Bobby's got going on. Because you guys had you and your wife, man. I'm such a huge fan of both of you guys and what you're doing, and also how you guys set up your relationship to basically not, I'm gonna say like benefit your kids, but not like some people think like I'm benefiting my kids. So like they basically cater to the kids, right? Instead, it's more like you guys are benefiting your kids in the sense that you're inspiring them. Like your kids, like if I'm your kid, I'm gonna be like, dang, I gotta step it up, you know, like I have zero. I mean, look, this is Bobby.
Our kids benefited immensely from our hobbies. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I would say we're kind of like the traditional old school family that believes in being at your kids' events and, you know, coaching your kids through and, you know, helping to train them and do all that other good stuff. So, I mean,
This
they
is
have
Bobby
really
here. Y'all seen that's Bobby right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all get that, right? Okay. All right. Now, remember he said he wasn't tall. Look at the ceiling, how little space there is between the top of his head.
Stop it.
I'm just
ceiling
saying.
ain't there.
You could fit maybe one Smurf on top of your head between your head and the ceiling. That's all you got.
I would say this. I'm definitely larger, height-wise and size-wise than a normal size man. But of course, you know, you don't feel bad when every now and then you bump into a true freak out there. You know, somebody that's like 6'7", 6'8", 6'10", and you just like, well, God, dog, you know. And so they always tell me like, dog, I wish I was built like you. Yeah, but I'm like, you tall, so you know, it's just that give and take there.
So we got a request to see more of what you look like, but kind of like bigger size, right? So I'm gonna just pull up let's go with one of your this is like your back workout. We'll just do that. So this is Bobby. Next to that, did y'all see how tall he was compared to that ladder? Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, y'all see how tall he was compared to that ladder? Look at this dude right here. All right. So this is you in your garage. You're actually the one that kind of reminded me about Body Solid. That's not a Body Solid piece right there, but you reminded me about Body Solid. Yeah, and then you got like a ton of Body Solid stuff in your garage gym.
Yeah, I did.
And what people don't realize is this is like 4:00 in the morning. Y'all see the numbers right there, 230 pounds for 15 reps. Those are like the things that stand out. 155 pounds on the seal row for 15 reps. That's like so we're going to talk about that a little bit because that's like your signature. Heavy weight for a ridiculous amount of reps. And that's kind of like what built the Allen physique. So let's jump into some of the things I wanted to talk to you about. First of all, you have been competing as an amateur bodybuilder off and on for several years. You had to take, there were times where you had to take like, you know, there were like, there's a gap in your training, not your training. I'm sorry. There's a gap in your competitions because like I said, you've got kids.
It's really 100% family. And I would equate the competing like people that do marathons, you know what I'm saying? They do a whole lot of running. So, you know, you have to have like a carrot to try to force you to push yourself to that next level. So like, you know, for runners out there, they like to have either like big races, marathons or whatever. And then that'll help put them in like training cycles to really kind of get their body like optimal. And that's really kind of how me and my family went about it with the bodybuilding aspect of it. So, I mean, aspirations of going pro. Yeah. I mean, everything has to have some type of ending to it, but more so to allow us to kind of step in and out to try to optimize our physiques, you know, basically get the body fat down, tighten up, and, you know, just to, at different points in time, to execute high levels of discipline. So, and that's what we've, used throughout our life. And every time we kind of get into a good groove competing, then the kids start doing well. Then they start having some exceptional things going on. And then we have to kind of back away, from it. But it's always benefited us from a lifestyle standpoint. And then the things that we've learned from training and from dieting and all that, we've been able to kind of bless our kids with.
Sure.
In addition to that, like we've coached their teams, we've been able to incorporate some things into their training. And, of course I have the home gym, but then we will buy like other stuff to take out for like field stuff for the other kids. So at least from that standpoint, we've tried to share the healthier aspects of fitness with the youth and with our friends and family.
So this is a picture. I don't know if you guys who are watching right now, we've already got some questions for you in the chat. I see your questions, and I'm gonna, especially yours, Jay. I'm gonna make sure we get that to Bobby. But can everybody at home, if you guys can't see this, that's
the greatest picture ever right there.
I can download it and enlarge it. But so that's that wasn't from your last competition, was it, or was it?
No, that was.
I didn't think so because I didn't think at least I beat it.
Yeah, that was my earlier days. Let me tell you, to have those guys there, all those Olympians, it's you
amazing,
and a bunch of amazing moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nice. That's pretty cool, man. And look at him towering over Ronnie Coleman. That's all I wanted to say. That's the reason I picked
Ronnie Coleman ain't tall, brother. Ronnie Coleman is wide as a trophy.
Who telling this story, me or you?
He's not tall.
Nah, he's not. He's not. Especially now that he's got he had the injuries and stuff. He's not super tall.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing about like heavy training. So yeah, and previously I love to do heavy and high volume, but I think as you get older, your body changes. You know?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So your style of training has to evolve along with it. You've already kind of built the foundational muscle, so your systems are a lot better in terms of how you put your training together. And it was kind of like when we had our previous discussion about eat for how you train and everything. The next phase is train to your age.
Well, yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like, kind of, yeah.
Try to minimize these injuries.
So we do have a question for you, and it is from Jay. Okay. So let me go ahead and pull it up here. So Jay wants to know, what is your macro? Let me pull it up on screen. What's your macro split in terms of protein to fat to carbs in terms of percentages? He said as a follow-up, he said he's trying 60, 20, 20, 60% protein, and then 20% on fat and carbs each. So because your macros are slightly different depending on what you're doing at the time, right? So
it is.
So let's say when you're trying to not when you're trying to get lean, like that last phase of competition, but when you just try to tighten it up a little bit. What's your first go-to macro split?
It's Jay, right? That's the gentleman. All right, so Jay is like at a 60-20-20.
What are the pros and cons of that approach too? Go ahead.
But believe it or not, some of this is going to kind of depend on age, because I think like the older you get, the digestion tends to slow down a bit. So you don't quite have as much flexibility. I used to always kind of go with what I would call like an 80-20 rule. So 80% of the food when I was doing my diet was geared toward muscle building and recuperation. And then I have like 20% of just play,
Okay.
And, when I was younger, that worked well because metabolism was so fast. I stayed fairly lean in regards to like protein to carbs to fat. Ultimately, it was more I ate for recovery. So I didn't go crazy on carbs. I didn't go crazy on protein. I kind of kept it reasonable. There was a time when folks were like, you do maybe 2 grams of protein per, pound or lean pound of a body weight. But then that can have some effects on your body because you can, and I was told by a pro bodybuilder a long time ago, it was like, you still grow off carbs,
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily have to overly saturate yourself with food or overly saturate yourself with protein per se. So anywhere from like a 1.5 to maybe like a 1.2 or something like that grams of protein per pound of body weight. And then in regards to like your carbohydrate consumption, your carbohydrates, that's kind of how you step it up. It depends on where you're at in your process, whether you're kind of like in your off season and you're just, kind of like eating to grow, and how your body kind of processes and everything. So grammage wise, after you've done it so long, you don't necessarily look at it and count it as strict as if you're trying to prep for a show. So,
Is that because you've got more muscle mass that's just burning is like more muscle mass burning the calories?
You just want to make sure you've got these calories in.
I got you.
So, you want to have as many recovery calories as you can. So, figure out where your carb sources are coming from, whether it's rice, whether it's oatmeal, in your off season, you can definitely have like more bread type stuff. Cause look, I love me some PB&Js. Apples. So it's you from a food standpoint. I think when we're in the early stages of bodybuilding, we're so caught up into everything has to be so mapped out, right? Like you limit yourself on your food sources and everything else. That when you try to lean up and like maybe prep for a show, because you've been so strict, it's hard for your body to tell the difference.
Is that why bodybuilders like you've been prepping for a show and then you end up, you come off of your prep and
the
then
rebound.
It's like all of a sudden, and then they also like they might hold water like when they do the rebound.
Because you're not used to having the sodium in your body and all that. So everything just kind of goes crazy. But again, like I said, I would say, you can the 60, 20, 20 from that standpoint is not bad. He has to kind of look at where he's at in regards to it. Everybody's body's different,
Right.
Look at his fat component to it. But in terms of the numbers that he could potentially play with, I would say, maybe he can leave his fats at about the same if he's still looking pretty good. Just kind of play with that 20% carb a little bit, and that's still keep him fairly lean up in there, depending upon where his fat sources.
Well, he's starting out, all right. Like he's trying to get in shape. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Well, again, that's one of those situations. Like, well, where are you at?
Okay.
If you're trying to get in shape, if you're on the chunkier side, trying to kind of come down a little bit and lean out, then maybe you take your 60% protein, and maybe you go maybe like 70%, and then your carbs, so you lower your fats, you up your carbs a little bit more, and then that's where you kind of play with your carbohydrate piece at. So like for me in my off season, like, and I would say that's kind of what I'm dealing with now. I'm probably right there. I'm probably at that 60, 20, 20. I don't eat a ton of protein, but I have protein in all my meals. My carbohydrates aren't like super high, but I have carbohydrates in most of my meals, but not, ridiculous amounts. Again, and the cleaner you eat, the smaller amount of calories that it is. It's only when you're eating like all the fast food that these calories tend to explode. So the cleaner you eat, you're actually able to eat, consume more food. And from a fat standpoint, my fats mainly come from like my protein sources and my play, so when I have my little off deals, that's probably where my fat tends to go up the most outside of nut butters. You know, like I said, my PB&Js. I mean, I don't go crazy on that, but you know what I'm saying? If I have a little bit of that, have a little sandwich in there with it, then you know, that's what we're talking. And then my other source of carbs outside of rice, maybe a little bit of grains, and then some fruits.
All right, so I try not to say things if I don't have some sort of justification for the things I say. And so when I mentioned how tall Bobby was, he tried to make me believe that he was not as tall as I know he is. Y'all see that 7 right there? Okay, in the picture right there. See the top of his head? See that? Now let's count. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
You know what's funny? That's on my chunkiest side before I decided to kind of get back in.
You said you only I'm not that tall. I'm only 6'3", 6'4". Okay. Yeah, everybody see that, right? You see that ruler? I didn't build that, but y'all see that? Okay. That's all I'm saying.
But that's like saying my daughter's a giant and she's not.
Yeah, well, she's down here in the 5s with the rest of us. Okay. You are up here I'm just saying, everybody watching can see this, right? That's all I'm saying. Look where his head is compared to this ruler. That's all I'm saying, Bobby. It's your fault. You put it on the internet. And boy, so
you really going through my pics. Okay.
Man, I try to tell everybody that comes on this show, if you put it out there on the internet at any time in your life, you come on this show, you are subject to have it revealed on this show, because I will find it and I will make sure I bring it up here. But we also had a request because people wanted to see like kind of what you look like. I believe this is like more at the beginning of a prep for you. So this.
No, we were actually in it. That wasn't like that was probably like midway.
Mid-prep? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like midway through, like 3/4, something like that.
Nice. So that way, that kind of lets everybody see kind of what you got going on. But also, to the question that Jay asked about eating, like Bobby did a really great video. It's not very long either, called "How to Eat to Support Your Bodybuilding Goals." It's on, like, literally, it's like a minute long. And then you also had another one. I'm trying to find it. It says how to hold on to muscle while dieting. So let me go ahead.
You're in the archives.
I told you it's on the. So it's actually here on the Garage Gym Life YouTube channel, because Bobby was good enough to do these videos for us. And you actually were one of the inspirations for the way that I started doing the content on the channel, because I remember you said, I don't know if you remember this, you said, I'd like for there to be a return to the days when you could go on YouTube and actually learn stuff from videos. True. And I remember you saying that. And so I was like, you know what? That's a good point, because I remember when YouTube first came out, people would put these videos up and it wasn't just entertainment. You go on there and you could literally learn from watching the video, and it would, you could go back and study the video over and over again. Like I remember, like, I'm not a bodybuilder, but I remember watching I think it was the Blade 2K video, Dexter Jackson. Yes. And I went and I watched it, and I was just like he wasn't necessarily telling us stuff, but you could watch what he was doing. You're like, oh, wait, I noticed he does that. I noticed he does. Mm-hmm. So for example, he started every morning with treadmill, got on the treadmill just to keep it. And he wasn't even in contest prep, but he's like, every morning, just get on the treadmill. Right. And I said, oh, well, that's a good habit to have. Well, now you start hearing people say, yeah, you just do 10,000 steps a day and you keep your body fat down. I was like, oh,
bro,
well, heck, I saw that on the Dexter Jackson thing.
Hey, I think most of us now are walking around with some type of iWatch or Fitbit or something like that.
Heck yeah.
We kind of, track it.
I'm tracking my steps. Heck
yeah. Kind of monitor it and to kind of keep you within a certain range.
Heck yeah. All right. So if you guys, I put the links in the live chat, and I will put those links in the description. I'll try to remember to put it in the cards so people can just click on them and go watch them, because they're in our playlist called Ask a Trainer. So that's one of my favorite playlists, actually, because it's got nothing to do with me. It's just you guys experts in the different fields who come on and just do videos answering questions that people have. That and the thing about it, man, about that playlist is it's evergreen. Like the advice that's in there never goes away. Like again, like one of your videos, the other one that I linked was how to hold on to muscle while you're dieting. I mean, in 2055, that's still going to be good advice. You know what I mean? It never goes away. So that's the kind of stuff I want to hear, stuff that's timeless and timely. Now, so we just finished talking about how good you are, but something not as impressive, Bobby, and I hate to, well, I don't want to lie, but I gotta bring it up. I gotta the good and the bad, because you've got a son who was very, very accomplished in track and field. In fact, your son made the Olympic team. So when I say
no, hold on. I don't want to say that now. What he did, my son, he made the U.S.
Olympic is the next word.
No, it's not Olympic. It's
the USOC, right?
He made the U20 team. That's not Olympics though. That's the world team.
Okay, I'm sorry. Very well. He made the world team because he competed at the Pan Am Games. Yes.
Right. Now he did go to Olympic trials this year.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's still fairly noteworthy. What rank is your son in the world? Where's your son ranked in the nation? Let's put it like that.
Up there. He's up there.
I mean, like, okay, is he in the top 20 of his age group?
In his age group?
Yeah.
He is like the top 5.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
I don't want to say number 1, but he is like.
I just want to so people know that this ain't like shout out to everybody who's just getting started, but your son is like a name. He's
yeah.
Okay,
I mean he's the Big Ten champ. For from last year, and so he's transferred to the SEC now, so he's going to Auburn.
Yeah, right.
He was going to Purdue at first, so he's going to Auburn now, and he has a whole new set of goals. I mean, while he was at Purdue, for 2 years. First year started off pretty decent. He didn't hit all the things that he wanted to do while he was kind of like there within that first year. But then as it transitioned into the summer, that's when he won the U20. Then he made the U.S. team, went over, did the Pan Am Games, took gold in it. And then, came back for the second year in that season, had a great season there. Made the record books at Purdue, won the Big Ten championships, NCAAs, made the U.S. trials. And then after that, it was just a matter of trying to get a little closer to home. And so jumped in the portal. Portal went well for him. A ton of schools were interested. And then Auburn picked us and we picked them.
Okay, so Jay, the second link, I'll give me a second and I will fix it. I'll go check on it and make sure you have access. He's saying that the second he can't watch the video about holding on to muscle while dieting. You're supposed to be watching it right now anyway. You're supposed to be watching this. See, I caught you. That's why I got to put up.
He can hit me up anytime. You know
that's
what I'm saying? He's got additional questions. I'll respond to him.
I put technical restrictions on y'all because I know y'all subject to go right off of the game plan, head off. You're supposed to be watching this show. Don't watch my jump from the archive. Watch that after the show.
What? That just tells us, and we've been joking on and off about it. We need to get current and put some things out there.
I try to tell you, man, but you know what? So I appreciate the Jay, because I tell Bobby all the time, come on, Bobby, man, you got, man, but I tell you what Bobby ain't going to give y'all advice about, and that is this particular thing right here. That is not Bobby's.
Oh, God, no.
That is not Bobby's strong suit. I told you it's on the internet. All right.
What's so funny is, as a parent, right? So you start doing these things with your kids. You don't realize how hard this stuff is, brother. As big as I am, that ball was heavy.
Steph, come on, Steph, what you doing? And you got to go. He said, I wish you would come out here and do it.
Man,
so you at least both went out and did. I applaud your courage. because I remember when my kids were wrestling, so many parents were yelling advice, but I was like, man, you couldn't do even 20% of the junk you're telling your kids to do, right?
There it is.
Y'all, this was footage from a parent's meet that they put on, right? And y'all both went out there and did it. Your son claimed he had faith, but the look on his face when they asked him how he thought y'all were gonna do, he had zero faith in y'all. And
listen,
well,
my son was the top recruit doing that meet.
I was like,
no matter how bad we do, I got you, so we good.
There you go. That does not look like. We're gonna take that off screen right now.
Yeah. You know, not my strong suit, but a lot of respect for it. A lot of respect for it.
Let's go back to the beginning of your journey. How did you go from lifting weights to deciding to get on stage? Because that's a big journey from I'm lifting weights to I'm going to stand on stage in essentially my drawers.
Man, I got talking to by a friend in college. And, you know.
How long have you been training at that time?
It was just one of those. So what now?
How long have you been lifting at the time when they said, hey, you should do a bodybuilding show?
Dude, not long. You know, I mean, you know, you kind of lifting a little bit in high school. College, you get a little more serious about it. So probably 5 or 6 years. But then you're talking about on the young side, and you hadn't really figured out everything with it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I had a guy that was helping me with my nutrition, which was interesting. The training thing, you know, you still kind of learn how to train. So at my early stages, my first show was up in Michigan. Okay. You know, where I'm originally from. And I was a skinny little beanpole when I got up there. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I had a great time. It was a good experience. And then I didn't do anything else until I moved to, you know, Atlanta. And then it was after I met my wife that I did like my second show and kind of got off into it.
Nice. So Dennis said, got to have goals to keep the dream alive. He says, good advice, Bobby. Mm-hmm. All right, so I already got that. Kurt says he used to be 6 foot. Now he's 5'10". Yeah, literally, basically, like squatting is what it does. Well, then also just the process of natural aging, you kind of shrink because your disc space gets smaller. So I met you about a year before you returned to the bodybuilding stage, and you were probably at your leanest with your most complete physique at the point, like when you returned to bodybuilding stage after I already knew you. You did the final part of that show prep at a public gym, but a lot of the foundation of your physique that you took back to the stage was like built at like 4 o'clock in the morning in your garage. So talk to me, because most of the people watching here primarily train in a home gym. And we often, one of the things that I battle against people constantly is they feel like you've got to have like a perfect setup in order to, you know, chase those goals. And I say, no, a lot of it just has to do with consistency and your mentality and the approach, the mindset you have when you approach it. So talk about the mentality it takes to build the foundation for a physique you can then take in any direction you want, because that's what you built, the raw. And even with Seth, you guys built a foundation, and then you can then take it wherever you want. So what does it take mentally to be able to do that?
So 2 things. One, when your kids are younger, it's really hard to get them in the public gym. So the benefit of having a garage gym or any type of home gym is not just for you, but for your family. I would recommend anybody, if you don't have one, get yourself a couple pieces of equipment, have it at your house. Because what you can do with yourself, what you can do with your kids, training my parents now, they're coming over, they're up in age. It's something special, and it's something that, you know, like some people collect cars, some people collect guns, they collect a whole lot of things. Weightlifting equipment and that gym setup can just be one of them, because it just kind of gives back to you from a health perspective. The other thing too is when the garage gym and that whole lifestyle, a lot of it kicks off because of your schedule. You know, maybe you don't have the time to be, you know, the drive time to a gym, the drive time back home. The kids are super active and all of that. So, you know, you still want to train, but maybe you're busy now and you don't have the availability that you used to have single. Or on the flip side, maybe you're just kind of working on yourself in your own little deal here. You don't want a community gym, or you just want to build yourself up to a point before you kind of go out there. So for me, with it, it was really based off of necessity. Kids were active, and so now I'm doing a lot of my training at the house just to kind of get in shape. My wife was doing it with us. You know, every Christmas, it was like adding a piece of equipment to it. Not trying to have everything out there, but just trying to get the things that I needed to try to build the most complete body that I could. And then trying to be conscious of the footprint that I had within my gym from a floor space perspective. Yeah. So you'll find that, you know, you're not necessarily going to do, you know, a ton of like commercial equipment because it's so big. So a lot of these companies out there, the designs of their equipment is for like a smaller footprint. So you can actually fit quite a few pieces within your garage and pretty much give yourself a pretty complete workout. But outside of that, once you've got your equipment set up, be honest, there's nothing like raising those garage doors on a weekend, you know what I'm saying, with that sunlight kind of coming in and just being able to kind of walk outside and breathe. I mean, the regular gyms are nice, but it is something about training at home. Now, for some of the other people that said, hey, you know, I like the gym or I'm looking forward to the gym, it's from that aspect, it's the community. Yeah. So, you know, I get that too. When you're training at home, sometimes you become like a hobby. You know what I'm saying? It's like you going into your own little quiet space, and you know it's therapy for you. So what you don't have, and I built the cable crossover off of. I was looking online and saw that they had, hey, you can put this together, get a cable here, hook it up to your beams up top and all that. When you're at home, you can be your most creative. You know, you may not have everything that you have, you know, in terms of at a larger gym, but you can definitely create some things at home. You perfect your technique from a training perspective because now you don't have 50 million pieces of equipment. So you really have to work on your mind-muscle connection. You're really paying attention to what you need to do to optimize. And I mean, it's you build you set your schedule. Maybe you only have an hour to train. You know, with everything that you got going on in your busy lifestyle, an hour is everything.
Yeah. So Rory said it's all about consistency. So how many people you know that say, I've got to get back into working out? He says a lot. So I've never said that because I never stopped. It's a lifestyle change. I agree with that 100%. It is. So we see Bobby going through his chest day. You guys can see some of the pieces he's got in his home gym. Like I said, you got a lot of body solid stuff. You got a lot of you got some stuff from other brands too. But heck, you were the one. I remember you did that first interview with Scott McDonald for us. You reached out to him and did that interview for the magazine. That was pretty cool. Now, because you guys have your son, your daughter is also an accomplished track and field athlete. She did the hurdles, right? 400-meter hurdles.
Yes, she did.
Yeah. Okay. And so you guys remind me in a way, not to the same extent, but you remind me in a way of John Brown. He had, so that's the dad. He's former Mr. Universe, and his kids are Amon-Ra St. Brown from the Lions, who you probably, are you a Lions fan?
I know you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. And his son Equinemius, which what I think is actually coolest about him is how he said, Brown doesn't look good on the back of a jersey. So he just said, okay, their name is going to be St. Brown, because he already had in his mind, these are going to be NFL players. Like he already envisioned they're going to be successful, right? But since you are familiar with their story, how do you look at that having raised your own kids as athletes, how do you look at how he trained his kids in his garage, and you know, when they were growing up? Because I didn't even know that he trained them in his garage when they were growing up.
Like I said before, the biggest thing about it is spending time with your family. You know, I feel like in today's time, you know, we've kind of gotten away from it, chasing money and everything. And your kids is like your greatest investment. And I would tell anybody that. And so you're going to make sacrifices. You've got them now. You've had these kids. So you're going to make these sacrifices to see them do well. Because no matter how successful you are, if your kids are not reaching, you know, heights, then you can't really call it success. You know what I'm saying?
Legacy,
I mean, we're all going to keep doing our thing, but once these kids come out there, man, they are the focus. And you know, we're trying to do whatever we can to support them. It builds nurturing relationships. If you look out there, social media and everything else, your kids should be able to talk to you about any and everything. If you know what I'm saying, if you're trying to nurture that relationship through. I know my kids can, I know your kids can. And like that input never stops.
Yeah.
And that training that he did with his kid, it was his quality time. Yeah. It was just, you know, they said they had to go.
You like how they interact with him. Like Amon Ra started crying when he was talking about what, like, you know, if not for my parents and the relationship we have, you can see the fun that they have. Like if anybody's not watched some of the training videos showing them training together, and like now, see like the interaction, like where he's like, he talks crazy to his kids like I do to mine. He's like I taught you everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. You know, little things like that. I think it's really, really cool.
Listen, I don't even try to really lift with my son too tough now. I mean, we'll do some things, but that boy is like his basic lifts now are so much stronger than mine. And I'm just like, man, I'm like, you're not hurting me. You know what I'm saying?
Daddy in his 50s. Relax, son.
Right.
Relax.
I'm saying, I'll be like, you know, he want to wrestle. I'll be like, relax. Just like, I'm going to tussle with you for about 30 seconds and be like, okay, I'm out of breath.
Yeah, like, stop it. Your son's a big. Actually, I got a thing showing your son right here, showing like some of his training. I think he's doing like, there it is. He's doing like some hypers right there. And this is when he was younger, before he like hit his thing. He hadn't even hit his grown man size yet.
Oh,
he's still in his
20s.
He's young.
He's like 21 now, man. And like I said, he doesn't even have his grown man body on him yet. And as a father and a fan, like I'll walk past I don't know if you've done this, but or anybody else that's kind of watching, like my kid, I'll be behind.
Hey, we just lost your sound, Bobby.
His back and lats is so big, I just walk up and just grab it. Like, what in the world?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. So like so with my kids, all my kids, I only got one kid who's not taller than me, and that's my 9-year-old daughter. Okay.
All your sons are definitely taller than you.
They all taller than me. It's a wrap. All right. The shortest one is 6 feet. And the shortest one of my kids is 6 feet tall. But I can look at them and just, you know, as they're walking, like you're saying, I mean, watching them all, like, especially if they're all hanging out together. I remember at my granddaughter's first birthday party, our kids decided they were going to go out after the party was over, and just watching them all walk away, man, it's just like, man, those are our sons, man. They're, you know, you just feel good, you know what I mean? Like, man, I got a granddaughter, you know what I mean? Like, just like, wow, like, look at my wife, like, we did it.
Your son is still doing good in the military, right? He's progressing along.
Oh yeah. So, and then Joaquin, our youngest son, he's in the Marine Corps too. Our youngest son is in the Marine Corps also, doing the same stuff he was doing with Garage Gym Life. He's actually a combat correspondent. So it's just great, man. All of them are doing like, I can just be like proud of what they're doing, you know.
And that's what it is, man.
So, but let me ask this: do you have to like pinch yourself sometimes when you see your son's accolades, or you saw your daughter's accolades? Like, man, they really like look at Elisa and be like, man, they really doing it. We did it.
Dude, I can't believe we spit them out. I can't believe. I'm like, we made that. You know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious.
When we were over in Puerto Rico, just watching them compete out there, it was amazing. I didn't get to see them at the Big Ten championships, but my parents were back in Detroit because they were competing at U of M, and they saw him win it. And just
that's awesome.
It's such a family affair. You know what I'm saying? Like when they say it takes a village, you know, that still holds true. You know what I'm saying? It still holds true.
This is your boy right here. Look at how he launched that. I mean, look at that, man. I feel like he just barely grazed a plane, an airplane going by. Like when he threw that. I mean, look at that. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. And those are like high school pictures. He don't even have that haircut no more. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy, man. You know,
this is the one that gets me. Literally, how he just launches this thing. You just see like, yank.
Yeah.
God.
And that's how it was when he was in Puerto Rico, and that's exactly how it was when he was when he took the Big Ten.
Good.
I mean,
God,
it was
man.
like it was one of those clutch deals. 200 feet, boom.
Like when people don't think about it, it's like literally picture yourself throwing anything 200 feet. I mean, literally anything 200 feet. Just think about how far 200 feet is, man. Just picture that's just crazy. Right. And he's not even fully grown yet. That's insane, man.
Oda just looking at this last post. You're right. You don't have any excuse. But you always hear it when people have like treadmills and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, I just can't find it, or your equipment becomes coat hangers and all that. It's no matter what you have at your house, it really is when you use it. And it depends on what your goal is and what you're trying to take. And look, life happens. When life gets to life, sometimes we're locked in, and then other times we're not so much. Right. So, for me to be saying that, hey, I'm 100% on all the time, or for anybody to say that, it's just disingenuous. We're all living through a cycle. You know what I'm saying? But just remember, like, your health and fitness is important to you, because the better you take care of yourself, the healthier you can keep yourself, the more you can give to others, the more you can enjoy your family and everything else. And so, and the more you can kind of share your experiences and share your knowledges and motivate others. So you have to take time for yourself. You know, and that at this stage in life, this is what it's about with your home gym and everything. Take time for yourself. If it's 30 minutes, if it's 40 minutes, maybe you don't have all the equipment. Maybe you don't have all the equipment that I have. You don't have all the equipment that John has. Maybe you just got a bench and a rack. Maybe you just got some dumbbells or something. There are so many exercise programs out there, out on the internet or whatever, if you just had dumbbells, if you had kettlebells or whatever, that you can reach the level of conditioning and the level of shape for yourself. Now, as you add pieces, you can do more things. But don't think that anything is too small for you to start. Even if it's just bands. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is too small to start on your road to improving and making the better you. So I would throw that out there.
There's two things I want to say as we close. It's like, number one, I can't stand it when somebody's home gym looks better than they do, right? And I want to make sure people get what I'm saying. Is like, I'm not saying that you want your gym to look like garbage. There's nothing wrong with having a nice gym. But what I'm saying is, like, I know people who put more focus into buying the equipment than they do into using the equipment for its purpose, which is to make you better, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think people spend too much time over analyzing what's going to be the right program for me to do X, Y, or Z, right? They're looking for the perfect program. When the reality is that an imperfect program executed consistently and with enthusiasm is always going to give you better results than a perfectly designed program that you only use occasionally, right? And so I just think that those are if you could clear up both of those things, we would have some phenomenal looking people walking around, because for reality is that a lot of the optimization only comes into play when you've gotten to the point where like a 1% tweak is going to make a difference, you know, but everybody focuses on that 1% tweak that honestly, if you ain't in shape, some of those 1% tweaks, you don't even notice. You don't even notice. And then that's where you hear people say, oh, that supplement didn't work. That program didn't work.
Right.
Yeah, because it's designed for somebody who's already like so close that any little change is perfect for them.
So, hey, John, check this out in the audience. So when you're working out, one thing I had to realize early on is that when you're doing what you do, you probably only change that much session. You almost don't even see it. It's happening, but it's really, really, really small. And as you continue to go, it opens up in terms of what you can see from a change perspective. But when you start off, each session is only going to give you about that much.
Yep.
So you have to, as everybody's on here talking about consistency, this is where consistency comes in there, because you stack that. You stack those little, and then next thing you know, it's like this. But you got to start somewhere, like John was just saying. Start somewhere and then just stack it. You know, hang in there, stack it. Do what you do. Do what you know to do. Ask questions. It's YouTube. It's out there for you.
So the shameless plug, that is the meaning behind the shirt I'm wearing. Stacking days.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's Tetris. It's stacking days. I got it from the NFL, where they're like, well, these guys are some of the best athletes in the world, and you ask them how they get better. Like, man, it's just about stacking days. Making sure you take a good, just try to have one good day after another. Maybe even it's not even. Notice they never say a perfect day. I just want to have stacked good days on top of good days. Not that nothing bad happens in the training session, but it's over. But you keep showing up, and it has that impact.
Nothing changes without a little bit of sacrifice and pain. Like my son, we talk daily, and he is just like, with this new training regimen, he's like, they're killing me over here. But I'm like, son, what did we talk about? What did you tell me your goals were?
Yeah.
You're trying to go to Worlds. Worlds is in Japan next year.
Nice.
So he went to the Olympics. He was like, I didn't get the guys. I didn't perform where I want to perform. He's like, but I can beat these guys. I know I can. Like, I know you can too. So this is why we did this whole change now. So, but now to get there, it's going to take some sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's going to take what everybody's saying. It's some consistency.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little bit of suffering, because now to get to where you go, you got to do things you've never done.
Heck yeah. And I mean, at his age, he's 21. In 4 years, he's so close. In 4 years, he could be in the Olympics. He could literally be competing in the Olympics. Mm-hmm. And like you said, he could be in Japan. So yeah. Oh, right. Rory's he's a dang specimen.
Listen, 3.5 pounds of lean muscle is huge.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know what I'm saying? Because that means those gains are solid and they're not going nowhere. So that's great with that.
Yeah, I forgot. If you and I mentioned it earlier, you guys go check out Rory's at Rory Ellis Music. You'll see kind of like some videos and pictures of Rory. He competes in strongman. You guys can see he's got a very lean physique. He's also in the military, so he's got a kind of.
Rory, I'm about to check you out, man. I'm about to follow.
Yeah. And with that, to that point, first of all, you see the interest. You see how people are interested in what you have to say and the advice you're giving. All right. Especially now that you're an adult, you're 51 years old, right?
Yeah.
We thought we knew everything when we were younger, man. Yeah. But just the fact that you at 51 still got a kind of physique, you can go to like parties with like where younger people are around and they got to tell you, can you please put your shirt back on? You're kind of making me look bad in front of my lady.
Well, you get older, you keep your clothes on more, but it ain't bad being a big dude. It's not bad.
Yeah. So the hunger for the information you have is out there. So I'm not going to give up, but y'all make sure y'all follow Bobby at Dr. Allen Bobby Jr. on Instagram.
Y'all gonna make me start posting again because I done chilled out posting for a while.
Don't give him any rest, and tell him when you follow him, make sure you tell him that you want to see him return to the series on Garage Gym Life. And also give him ideas for topics that you want him to cover, because I
can do that.
It's better if it's audience driven than if we just tell you what we think you need to know. So that I think that's right. So I'm glad that you were able to come on here.
And if y'all interested in us getting back together and do another hookup, let us know. We'll definitely come together again, and you know what I'm saying, break some bread and talk over and talk about some stuff.
So Rory said, I hope I look half as good at 51. Hey, just
keep on saying
the
same thing. You got
it. And my mom, you haven't seen her and talked to her in a minute. Not since
I ain't seen her since we broke bread together and we were over there.
Yeah, so she's on here and she said the experts have spoken. Consistency is the key. Congratulations to your 21-year-old son and also your daughter. She's in the grad program now, right?
Yeah, she's actually doing sports psychology. So you know what? At some point in time, we should talk about mental health.
Oh yeah, that's a topic.
That would be a good one, especially for like athletes and everything. If they, they were former athletes, kind of coming off. You know what I'm saying? We can kind of coordinate it. I'll bring her on too.
I'm happy. I'm down for that. My mom says all the best to your son in Japan and beyond. And she said, please return to the series on Garage Gym Life. So now you got no choice. Hey, what you just do with your finger? What was that?
I got you.
I saw what you just did with your hand.
I need this kick in the pants. We got you.
Now I'm messing with you about the fraternity thing. What you just did with your hand.
Bruh, come on. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? We had some blood. Don't mess it up.
Hey. Last one from Jay. I heard someone say abs are made in the kitchen. Let's get the cooking show started. We were talking about broccoli and earlier, just randomly started talking about broccoli here on the show. Now you see, this is your first time on the show, so now you see the vibe we have, man. We have a good time. It's 6 a.m. every Friday. We're here 6 a.m. I bring on people who know a lot more than I do on a lot of different things. Right. Make sure you follow Bobby on Instagram. We're gonna have more people on.
So they said they want to see some meal prep, huh?
Yeah, heck, I'd like to see that too. I think that'd be really interesting. But man,
maybe we can do something with that.
Before, as we wrap up, let everybody know. I know I put your Instagram on there. Is that the best place to follow you in terms of getting in touch with you and whatnot? I know you got.
I would say, yeah, I'm actually more consistent on that than Facebook.
Okay,
I'm on Facebook too, but most of my posts are on Instagram. I am posting. Direct message me like that. I will respond.
Are you still coaching people? Because you're like you're not in school anymore. I don't believe so. I mean, you got your doctorate. I'm not. I don't have any clients right now. Okay.
Okay.
Are you open to clients? Because you do distance, you do diets for people.
Yeah, I can. I can. So, because I was primarily, like I said, this summer was kind of busy, focusing on the kid and everything. I mean, I've had some folks that I've been kind of working with. And then here's the thing about coaching. It goes in phases. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You get people, you work with them, you get them to their goals, get them going. Like, my ideal is not to coach forever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Coaching is supposed to kind of get you to a point where whatever your goal is, and then to either give you the tools you need to move forward so that you can either, go on your own or until you get to that point. So,
gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm not coaching, that doesn't mean I can't coach. It just means that I've successfully transitioned to people that I was
I've taught you what you need
to
know.
Whatever their goals were. Because it wasn't all, because everything, these were more, these weren't necessarily people trying to compete. These were people that were trying to hit certain stages in their life and to, foundational things together. So
Gotcha. Okay. Well, all right, my man. I appreciate you being here. Like I said, everybody, go ahead and check out my guy Bobby on
you don't
Instagram.
get any more OKs now after that last
Doctor.
statement. You only get the horns now.
Hey, that's it. Look, you want me to show you how to do it? One of those right
Yeah.
there? Is this prettiness? Okay. Anyway, man, thanks for being on here, man. I appreciate you being here. Definitely. Anytime, my man. All right, and I appreciate all you guys from being on here, hanging out with me. And look, we are already at the 10 o'clock mark. I keep on telling you guys that I never know how fast the time is flying, but I just look up and then another show is over. Thank you so much for being up way too early with Garage Gym Life. We got another action-packed show again next week. Make sure that you guys are not only subscribed to me here on YouTube, but follow at Garage Gym Life on Threads, because that's where you can keep up with everything that's going on behind the scenes of the show. And next week, we'll be back with another action-packed show, some more fun, another Recliner of Rage, all the stuff that you love from here. But we couldn't do any of this without you guys. So as always, thank you for your support. And I will see you next week.